Before we begin, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. It helps out the page a whole lot and it helps us reach a lot more students. So click those buttons now. Por favor. That's Spanish for please if you didn't know. Thank you. So we're gonna split this up into, I guess I could say, three categories, right? We're gonna be doing the micro questions and the paper twos first, right? We're looking at 2021 to 2025. We're going to go through the micro questions first, which is normally the first three questions in the papers. Then we're going to look at the macro questions. The third section, we'll be looking at some AI generated questions where we're going to put in some specific prompts based on what I think CXC might be doing. Because I feel like they are using AI. So just in case you really are, you might get some examples of some questions that we might see tomorrow. Or at least some similar stuff. So that way we kind of cover all our bases. So make a plan?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let us start. All right, so you're starting off with the latest one, 2025. I have all the questions answered already, but I would still want to hear some of the answers before I show you all the answers, right? Now, as I said before, numbers 1 to 3 are normally heavily based on micro. So technically, for them master micro, or they could pass the exam over that strength alone, right? But we're gonna master both. We're just starting off with the micro. The first one they asked to define production. Who has a definition of production for me? Here. Taniqua.
So it's the creation of goods and services.
Mm-hmm.
The
Very good.
creation of all factor inputs to create a good or service.
The
Sorry.
use of all factor inputs to create a good or service. Very good. I like that one better. Right. Yes, I just started, Gary. Process of combining all factor inputs to create an output, which is a good or service. Good start. I bet the next one is productivity. Let me see. What is productivity?
So, like how efficient you manufacture goods and services to get
Mm-hmm.
output.
Mm-hmm. Or how efficiently you use the factors of production. Very good. If we don't know this, we're under pressure because this is whole like this is what we studied in the first place. What is economics? Anybody?
The study of how humans make choices on what to produce, how to produce, and to whom to produce for, given that resources are scarce and wants are unlimited.
I love that. Only thing I would add to it is call it a social science.
Okay.
But very good. So far, so good. We are 6 marks. Then they ask, discuss how each of the following advantages of specialization helps the tourism sector. Increased output. How does increased output help tourism sector?
So the increased output could attract more tourism.
Right? So it can mean more goods and services available to be sold to tourists, so it could attract them, right? I would just go a little more detail than just saying it could attract more tourism, right? Well, to be fair, you didn't see how much marks it was. So you say specialization can allow workers in tourism to focus on specific things, increasing the efficiency in them. Now they can perform their roles faster and more effective, which can increase output. And then you could go on to say this increase in output could mean more resources available, more goods available for tourists to buy. And you could even talk about increasing let's call it again, foreign exchange. Because you have more goods to sell now. Also lead for more goods and services being sold. What about better quality goods and services? And the higher quality could also attract tourism, could also attract tourists. If jerk chicken used to taste nasty, you think people was going to Jamaica? Well, if doubles was nasty, you think people come in China just to try the doubles? But in the increasing quality to make it more appealing to tourists, which can attract more tourists to the country. And that could also lead to more goods and services being purchased, which could also lead to more foreign exchange being earned. This increase in quality attractive to tourists, which can lead to an increase in tourism. Yes, increasing quality would lead to higher demand for goods. And can lead.
So for these type of questions, right? When
Mhm.
asking it to discuss and I really don't know what it is to say, we could talk
But
about in order
the,
to get your full marks.
so the things that seem obvious, and that is what has happened, right? Some of you always feel like something seem obvious, like say you wouldn't bother saying it. Like just now, you said something with the increase in output. You said increase in output would lead to tourism. And it's kind of obvious how it could lead to more tourism, but it did not say the obvious part. Saying the obvious part, saying how the increase in tourism in output means there's more goods and services to be bought, which means tourists may purchase more goods and services. Also, the increased amount in itself might attract more tourists to the country. That obvious part, say it. Don't just assume that the examiner know what you're talking about. If the goods better, more people will want it. We know that. Say the obvious parts. Because it's more attractive and the quality is higher, it will attract more tourists into the country. The demand will increase, more persons will buy goods and services. And it will also lead to more foreign exchange. And yes, I will be sending all these papers to you. Here they say this is the better $1 million is economies of scale. Figure 1 illustrates the average cost of a firm. Study the figure and answer the questions that follow. Before I even scroll down to the questions, at what point does economies of scale stop? Q1, Q2, Q3, or Q4? Who can tell me? Anybody knows? Remember, economies of scale is the cost benefits you get from increasing in size. Where does the cost benefit stop based on this graph?
Like Q4.
Hayden and somebody else said Q4, which is correct. At Q4, that is where the cost stops going down. And what happens from Q4 up onwards when the cost going up? What do you call that? Anybody knows?
Just economies of scale.
This economies of scale. Good. Now let's see if it's really a economies of scale question. Yep. Explain how the following affects average costs. So remember, economies of scale are the cost benefits from a firm increasing in size. Average cost tends to fall over time as you get larger. And this can be seen on the graph as the quantity produced increases from Q1 to Q4. The average cost decreases from average cost 1 to average cost 4. So the larger you grow, more quantity produced, the lower your cost. And this economies of scale, there's a negative effect. Is when you grow too much. So there's a negative impact on the firm due to an increase in size. You might say either grew too quickly, too inefficiently, or not in the right areas, but it leads to average cost rising over time. And this is seen in the graph from every point beyond Q4, quantity 4, sorry, as you all said just now. And that is our first 20 marks. Not too bad, more or less. Number 2, define each of the following terms and give an example of each. What's a good? Anybody?
A tangible product that consumers buy to satisfy their want.
Thank you for saying tangible. Then the examiner know that you know ball. It's a tangible output that is sold for the business to make a profitable gain. But to a gain, what was supposed to be gain? Example of a good. Any example of a good?
Canopies.
A can of peas, orange juice, a laptop, glasses, Bally's premium punch creme, I don't know. Random stuff. What's a service?
So service is an intangible. How else to say it? It's something intangible that you just do for people.
For a profit?
Yeah, to gain a profit.
Mm-hmm. You can call it intangible output. So you call the good tangible output, the service intangible output. Or action that is sold by the business for profitable gain. How that changed the game? Let me fix this. But I don't know where game come from. We don't play games. Serious teacher. This is that. Put gain. If they're playing PlayStation or something. Right. Example of a service.
Hairstyling.
Hairstyling, haircutting, taxi, tutoring services from Ballystutorprofessionals. It's random stuff. So far, so good. Lomas Motors has been making luxury cars for the past 50 years. Although it has become profitable, the business incurred significant expenses, especially during the early years of operation. Discuss how Lomas Motors could have incurred the following costs. So the first one is fixed costs. So Lomas Motors is make luxury cars. What are some examples of fixed costs they could have?
Rent,
Rent as the go-to, the ultimate fixed cost, the very first one they should call. So they say discuss, right? So I would put it in a sentence. Lomas may rent the factory that they are producing the cars in. Somebody say interest on loans, Papa Laps. Not bad at all. So I would say additionally, they may have some loans that they may have used to purchase certain items, and they may be paying interest in the factory, and they may be paying interest on these loans. Very good. Now, operating expenses, you have to be specific with the operating expenses, Eden. Alright, be a little specific, but you're not wrong. To have insurance, import of parts, now that would not be fixed. Alright, so fixed costs are costs that do not change based on output. So if you look at rent, it doesn't matter how much cars I make, my rent would be the same amount. But when you're purchasing parts for the car, that will be considered a variable cost because the amount of parts you buy is solely based on how much cars you're going to produce. The more you produce, the more parts you will buy. The less you produce, the less parts you would buy. So it varies based on how much goods you're creating. That makes it a variable cost. The cost of maintaining a machine, that could work. That could work. Depreciation of the machine, that could work. If the factory manager has a salary that they collect, a salary is a fixed amount that you get every month. It doesn't matter how much work the factory manager does, he's getting the same salary. That would be a fixed cost. So examples of fixed costs, rent, depreciation, factory manager's salary. If you put insurance, I like the interest on the loan. Fixed cost is a fixed amount. Yes, it doesn't vary based on how much you produce. Variable cost now. So it's a cost that will vary based on output. And Travis said one already. Buying parts. Buying parts would definitely be an a variable cost. So raw materials. What else?
so kind of managerial cost. Is it marginal cost be one?
No, marginal cost is just the cost to produce one additional unit. Somebody said, so I want to make this part clear. One person said workers' wages, and somebody else said factory workers' salaries. It's important that we know the difference, right? Wages are paid per hour or per item produced. So the more work you do, the more wages, the more work is done, the more wages you have to pay. The less work is done, the less wages you have to pay. That is a variable cost. Salaries are fixed amounts that are paid monthly or every fortnight. They are fixed. So it doesn't matter how much work is done, that salary does not change. That will be a fixed cost. So when you're talking about variable costs, only look at wages. Do not look at salaries, right? So you said variable cost refers to the cost of production, the cost in the production process that varies based on the level of output. Examples of variable costs that could be incurred by elastomas includes wages of the factory workers, wages, not salaries, and the cost of raw materials in the production of the luxury cars. So when Travis said importing the parts, that would have been considered the raw materials in the production process. All right. Everybody understand the difference between fixed costs and variable costs, right? Everybody understand the difference? Fixed cost doesn't change, doesn't vary based on output. Variable cost does change and does vary based on output. Everybody understand the difference before I move on? Yes, no,
Yes, sir.
maybe? All right, let's make it
Yes,
so.
sir.
All right, I'll just show you one time. With the aid of a demand and supply graph, explain the relationship between a surplus and equilibrium price. I wonder if I could just draw this over for you all in real time. Let me do that. Alright, so I'm just gonna draw this whole thing over. Give me like 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Alright, almost 10 seconds. Alright, good enough. Alright, so the first thing we're gonna do is draw our x and y axis. Draw your x, draw your y axis. You'll use a ruler, so your thing will look bent up like mine. This is a count. This is a second, huh? Right, as I was saying, make sure you use a ruler so it will look bent up like mine. The y-axis is price, x-axis is quantity. I'll draw my demand curve and my supply curve. Which curve is this? Demand or supply? Which curve is that?
Supply.
Thank you. Supply is upward sloping and demand is downward sloping. So draw my demand curve, draw my supply curve. Where is my equilibrium point?
Where
Where
demand
demand and supply meets.
meets the middle.
Right. So this is my equilibrium point, which means this is my equilibrium price. When there's a surplus, what does that mean?
And it's have plenty extra.
Extra what? Supply or demand?
Extra supplies.
Extra supplies, right? So your supply is greater than your demand. Can you see any part of this graph where supply is greater than demand? Is it above
We're
the...
gonna draw next supply curve.
No, I don't have to. I could, but I want to show you all without drawing a extra supply curve. Where in this graph is, if you look at above and look at below the equilibrium point, where is supply more than demand?
Above.
Above, you sure? Let's see. If I was to draw, I have a price here. This is my supply. And this is my demand. So nope, not above. Let's try again. Oh, no. Above is correct. I label it wrong. I was wondering what's going on there. And all you didn't say nothing. Shame on all you. I've told you to say it correct just now. Alright. So at this point here, this is my demand. And this is my supply. So my supply is in excess of my demand, therefore I have a surplus. What can we say about the surplus price and the equilibrium price? Which one is higher? Which one is lower?
Is surplus higher than the equilibrium price?
Right. So you could say at higher prices, suppliers are willing to supply more goods, but demand decreases. Because of this, the price to surplus tends to be higher than the equilibrium price. Right? That's
Say
a
lots more.
hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. So we're using this as our price at a surplus, right? At a higher price than our equilibrium price. This is our demand curve here. So this is where our demand would be. You see that, Shaniqua?
Yes, sir.
And this is my supply curve. So this is where my supply would be. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Right. So that's where it have a surplus, because my surplus is higher than my demand, right? You following? You
Oh,
following?
okay.
Right.
A little bit.
Right. So when your price is higher, suppliers want to sell more. If doubles used to sell for $100, I would be a doubles man today. However, when the price is higher, although suppliers want to sell more, customers have less demand. So customers demand less. Right? So your price to surplus tends to be higher than the equilibrium price. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Understand? Right. How much marks this was? This was 6, right? So if my opinion, that would be enough to get the mark, right? But if you want to get technical, you can talk about what would happen due to this excess. You could talk about eventually supply would decrease. Two things could happen. Either supply decreases to match this amount, which will reduce the overall demand, or the price will drop until it reaches the equilibrium point. If you want to get adding that, but I don't think you'll need to. Happen there, but I know happen there. Right? So if you want, you could go into all of that detail, talking about what would happen to supply. Supply would eventually decrease to meet up the new demand. Or you could just talk about the surplus price being higher than the equilibrium price using a graph. I would recommend just talking about the surplus price being higher than the equilibrium price and explain why. The third one, everybody's favorite topic, market structure. What is market structure? What's a market structure? You know what a market is?
Yes, sir.
What's a market?
Yes, sir.
A
A
place where
place where buyers
sellers
and sellers
interact.
meet and interact to sell their goods and products.
Right. So the market structure is just the characteristics of the market. Alright, so market structure refers to the characteristics of the market and is specifically looking at the number of buyers and sellers, the type of product, the control over price, and the barriers to entry and exit. Right, so it's just the characteristics of the market where buyers and sellers are meeting. So before I go down, just a little thing on the market structure. What are the four market structures for your syllabus?
Monopolistic, oligopoly, monopoly, and perfect competition.
Thank you. But next time say monopolistic competition, huh? Not just monopolistic. Alright. Which one of those only have one seller?
Monopoly.
Monopoly,
Monopoly.
Monopolies, right? Which ones have many buyers and sellers?
Perfect competition.
both
Monop-
perfect competition and monopolistic competition.
Very good. Which one has the second highest barriers?
Oligopoly,
Alright, you all agree with her?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Who has the least control over their price?
perfect
Monopolistic.
competition,
Perfect competition has the least control. Monopolistic has the second least control. Alright, which one has a unique product?
Monopoly.
monopoly,
Monopoly. Which one has a similar but differentiated product?
monopolistic,
Monopolistic.
Right? Which one could be similar or differentiated?
oligopoly,
Oligopoly. Good. Which one has few sellers?
oligopoly,
Good. See how Dana know it, how Dana rattling out the answers there? That is all they need to know their market structures, eh? Just in case. Just in case. There's a chance it mightn't come, but just in case it comes. Is that public good?
I got everybody
A
could hear.
non-zero price good that everyone benefit of.
Zero price. So zero price and non-excludable product. Right, so very good. Non-excludable and non-rivalrous, right? So everybody could use it. And me using it, not stopping you from using it. And what is market failure?
A recession in the economy. I'm not
Mm-mm.
sure. I don't know.
So the whole purpose of economics is to use our limited resources to satisfy our unlimited wants, right? To use our resources as efficiently as possible to satisfy our unlimited wants. When we do not do that, that is market failure. So when we do not use our resources efficiently to satisfy our needs and wants, that is considered market failure. Right? There's a very good chance question on one of these, on either market structures or market failure, will be coming tomorrow. Make sure you all know them both. And we'll be looking at them both in more detail just now. Discuss 2 reasons why an electric company might become a monopoly. Now, let's take a look at monopolies, right? Monopolies have one seller and many buyers. That's the first thing. Second thing, unless the government intervenes, they have full control over their price. We call them price makers. They sell a unique product, meaning nobody else selling what they're selling, and the barriers to entry are extremely high. Barriers are anything that stops people from entering the market. Alright? Yes, high barriers to entry and little to no knowledge. Exactly. Alright. So, what could cause an electric company to become a monopoly based on that information? Think about the electric companies in your countries.
Other people don't have the resources or the funds to buy the stuff in order to
Exactly. And Hayden said the next one.
Hi,
Okay,
perfect
two.
knowledge.
Alright, they don't have the knowledge. Good. So all of those could work. Hayden said government regulations. Somebody said the lack of knowledge, and somebody else said the resources. Alright, so in order for next electric company to open up, they have to have their own power plants. They have to have their own cables and electric lines running through the whole country, separate from the ones that are already there. They have to somehow convince every house in the country, every building in the country, or at least some, to connect their lines to them instead of the one that's there already. That's not going to happen. That's a lot of money, a lot of resources, and a lot of space that very little companies will have. That is one. Two, it is far easier for the government to control one electric company than more than one. So more than likely, the government would put regulations in place stating that there can only be one at a time. That's two. Three, very few people have the information and the knowledge needed to execute a huge project like that. All right, so all of you were correct. All right. So the barriers, the startup cost is extremely high. With the infrastructure needed there's also a lot of infrastructure needed. And then they could talk about the government regulations and licensing. Alright? It might be difficult to get. Those could actually be two separate reasons. Then you have it's a natural monopoly. Governments may deem one electric company easier to regulate to ensure an efficient supply of electricity at affordable prices. Multiple providers will need to duplicate infrastructure, which will be a very inefficient use of resources. So that's basically 4 different ones you could use there. Then they said, I already had these stuff on it. Carefully examine the graph of a monopoly. So, I'm going to draw it separate here as well, right? I already had the answers on the graph anyway. I'm going to draw it again. Your y-axis is always price. Your x-axis is always quantity. When you're drawing the demand curve on the market, under monopolies, right? Monopolies, oligopolies, and monopolistic competition. Those three are considered imperfect competition, and they all have the same graph. you'll have the demand curve, which is downward sloping, and this demand curve will also be equal to average revenue. Then you'll have the marginal revenue on the inside of the demand curve, also downward sloping. So it will be to the left of the demand curve. Marginal revenue. Then the marginal cost curve will look like a tick. Like this. Marginal cost. When you're drawing an imperfect competition graph, these three things here will never change. So you all need to learn this. This is like the base. You have your demand curve, which is your average revenue, your marginal revenue on the inside, and your marginal cost here. This will never change. And we operate here, at this point here, where marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue.
So,
Yeah?
afternoon.
Okay.
That's my area, my weak area here.
I know.
So because it said monopoly, we know monopoly always makes supernormal profit. Is that so?
In the long run. Yes.
So how do we know?
They will
How
tell
do
you.
we know
They will tell you if it's
long run or the short run?
yeah, they will tell you if it's long run or short run, or they will tell you what type of profit, or whatever the case may be. So in this case, they just ask you to label the curves. So they're showing you the different curves.
Yeah.
So this first one is always a demand curve, which is average revenue. So that is AA here. Demand, which is average revenue. The curve on the inside is always a marginal revenue. That is this curve here. MR?
Somebody
Yeah,
crying.
I think so. This one here, a marginal cost curve. This looks like a kind of tick. That's all you're gonna
Sir,
get plenty of in all the exam. Yes.
I understand the marginal revenue, but
Uh-huh.
like the AC, the
Average cost.
average cost, yes.
Right. So I come into that now.
Okay.
Right. I reached that one yet, right? So your marginal, we operate where our marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. That's where we decide how much to produce. That's where we maximize our profits. So we're gonna produce this amount of goods, right? And the average cost curve, its position will vary based on if we're making losses, normal profits, or supernormal profits. If you're making a loss, which one will be higher, your revenue or your cost? Which one will be higher?
Your cost.
Your cost, right? So if you're making a loss, your average cost curve will be like up here. If you're making a loss, the average cost curve might be up here. So at this point, when you produce X, your revenue would be here, but your cost will be up here. So your cost is higher than your revenue, so you're making a loss. So whenever you're making a loss, that's where your average cost curve will be, right? Above your average revenue.
So,
Yeah?
so you will have figures to work with because how would you know
They
where
will
to
tell
put your
you.
average
So
cost?
they will tell you. So they may just tell you, they may actually give you figures, or they might tell you to draw the average cost curve showing a loss. And you just have to know
So
your
you can put
average
it where you
cost
want to
curve.
put it.
Yeah, it has to be higher.
Okay. Okay.
Right. If they say
Right.
draw your average cost curve to show normal profits, your average cost curve, when it's normal profits, is equal to your average revenue. So it might look like this. For example, right? It might look like this. So at the point when you produce X, when I go up here, you see my average cost and my average revenue are equal. That's normal profits. Or they might ask you to show supernormal profits. If it's supernormal profits, that's when your revenue is actually larger than your cost. So the average cost curve might be here. Good thing I do teach art, yes? So when my average cost curve is there, when I produce X, my cost is here, but my revenue is up here. Alright, so everything else would stay the same place. Your average revenue, your marginal revenue, and your marginal cost. These three curves will always be located the same place. The only thing that changes is your average cost curve. If it's a loss, it will be above your average revenue. If it's normal profits, it will be equal to your average revenue at this point where X is. And if it's super normal profits, it will be lower than your average revenue. So in this case here, where our marginal cost and marginal revenue cross here, our marginal cost here. So here, our average cost is here, and our average revenue is up here. That means we're making what? If our cost is down here and if our cost is 5 and the revenue is 8, what kind of profit is that?
Supernova.
As a
Supernormal
loss.
profits. Exactly. So in this case, we'll have been making supernormal profits because our revenue is higher than our cost. Let's see if they ask about it. Yep, you see, they say calculate the monopoly's profit. So the average cost is 5 and the average revenue is 8. How much profit is that? If the cost is 5 and the revenue is 8, what's the profit per unit? 3, say to the trust?
3.
3, correct. And if we're producing 4 units, and it's $3 per unit we making in profit, how much was the total profit?
12.
Simple as that. Alright? Or if you want to do it the long way, you calculate the total revenue, which will be $8 by 4, because 4 units you produce, which is $32. And then you calculate the total cost, which would be $4 by 4. Oh, wait, sorry, no. $5 by 4, sorry, which is 20. And then you minus your revenue from your cost. I'm going to do it again. Right, you're seeing it without the writing on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So
Hold
again,
on. So hold on, and before you go any further. If your average cost is underneath your marginal revenue,
the average revenue,
so if your average cost curve is underneath your marginal revenue, is that super normal? Why
If
I'm
your
asking
average
is
cost is
because
underneath your average revenue, it's super normal.
I'm trying to go back to the notes with what you gave us.
Mm-hmm.
And
As when average revenue is greater than average cost, that's supernormal profits.
okay, so is the average revenue we're working with, not the marginal,
No,
not the marginal revenue.
no, you use your marginal revenue and your marginal cost to see where you're going to be producing, to see how much goods you're going to produce. Right. So this first curve here on the outside, this downward sloping curve, this
That's
is your
the
demand
average
curve
revenue.
and your
Yeah, the
average
average revenue.
revenue, correct.
Yeah.
The one on the inside of it is your
So,
marginal revenue.
yes,
And this one that goes upward, kind of
it's the
like a tick,
marginal cost.
is your marginal cost.
Mhm.
So the first thing we identifying is where we producing. And we produce where our marginal cost is equal to our marginal revenue. So there's our marginal cost curve here. There's our marginal revenue down here. This point here, where they cross,
Mhm.
that's where we're producing, which means we're going to be producing 4 units. All right?
Okay.
So
Mhm.
to see if I'm making a profit or a loss, I'm going to compare my average cost curve, which is this curve here, I'm going to compare my average cost curve with my average revenue curve at this point when I produce 4 units. So when I produce 4 units, my average cost curve is here. When I bring it across, it shows that it's $5. My average cost is $5 when I produce 4 units. You see that?
Yes.
Right. When I produce 4 units, I continue going straight to my average revenue curve. I'll reach up here.
Mm-hmm.
My average revenue is $8. Because my average revenue is greater than my average cost, it means I'm making supernormal profit, right? Correct?
Somebody put something on the chat. It kind of
Somebody
distract
asked
me a
what is the
bit.
intersection between marginal cost and average cost mean? Nothing. They just put that there to kind of train you up, but it
So
doesn't
that
mean
then
anything.
I have all the joins wrong.
Yeah. So you see this thing here? This point here
Mm-hmm.
means nothing. They just did that to try and train you up.
Okay,
You have
so
to ignore that completely.
where you went up to $8,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
That's a loss.
No, that's my revenue. My revenue is $8 and my cost is
Mm-hmm.
$5. I'm gonna do it again.
So then I have all of the drawings wrong then.
I don't know. I'll have to see them.
Yeah. So I study everything wrong.
I don't think you have it wrong. I think you're probably just reading it wrong right now because the last time I saw your drawings, they were correct. So I think you're probably just reading it wrong right now. But let's look at it again, right? We
Mm-hmm.
operate in here where our marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue, which means we're producing 4 units. So I'm going to look at how much my cost is when I produce 4 units. So I'm going to go straight up from 4 until I meet my average cost curve. Boom, I just meet it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to cross the price line to see how much the average cost is at that point. And it is $5. So my average cost is equal to $5. Average cost is equal to $5. Now I want to see how much my average revenue is. So again, when I produce 4, I'm going to go straight up until I touch my average revenue curve. Remember, this is my average revenue curve here, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm going straight up until I touch it. Straight up, straight. Boom! I just touched it. So I'll go across the price line to see how much that is. And that's $8. So my average revenue is equal to $8. Once my revenue is more than my cost, that means I'm making money, right? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we
Yeah.
call it is supernormal profits or abnormal profits or economic profits. It have so much different names. I don't know why. But we're making excess profit, right? We're making more profits than we expected.
So this is supernormal profits.
This is supernormal profits. Right? So now the question it asks us to calculate how much profit we're making. If it's 4 units we're producing and the average cost is $5 per unit, that means my total cost will be $5 by 4, which is 20. My total cost is equal to 20. If it's 4 units I'm producing and the revenue I'm getting is $8 per unit, then my total revenue would be 8 by 4, which is $32. My profit would be my revenue minus my cost. 32 minus 12 will give me, 32 minus 20, sorry, will give me 12. That's one way I could do it. And next way I could do it, I could say, if my average revenue is $8, which is my revenue per unit, and my average cost is $5, that means my profit per unit will be 8 minus 5, which is $3. So every unit I'm making $3 profit. So if I made 4 units, I would make 3 times $4 and 3 times 4 units in profits. 3 fours are 12. I'll get the same answer. You think you understand it a little better now?
So I think so, but my God. So if it's a loss, no. So this is supernormal profit.
Yeah. If it's a loss. So how do you make a loss in real life? Do you get more money or spend more money?
Well, you're spending more money and you're making.
Right. So if you're making a loss, your average cost has to be more than your average revenue. So when you make a supernormal profit, your average revenue is more than your cost. But when you make a loss, your cost is more than your revenue. So if this was a loss, my average cost curve might have been like here so instead. So my profit would have been 8, but my loss would have been up here. My cost would have been up here. So my cost would have been higher than my profit, so I would have been making a loss. So just think about real life. For you to make a loss in real life, your cost has to be more than your revenue, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So the same thing with this graph. When you're making a loss, your cost is greater than your revenue. To make supernormal profits, your cost is less than your revenue. And to make normal profits, your cost is equal to your revenue, only because your cost is made up of rent, wages, interest, and profit. So because your cost is made up of those four factor rewards, rent, wages, interest, and profit, it already includes profit. So once your average revenue is equal to your average cost, it means you have enough money to cover your rent, your wages, your interest, and your expected profit. So when average revenue is equal to average cost, normal profits. Anything more than that means you have supernormal profits. Anything less than that, it means you have losses.
So I remember I was asking you how to calculate it compared to the perfect competition.
Mm-hmm.
So calculation is
It's the same for both of them. Total revenue minus total cost.
yeah, but for the perfect one we have the quantity, then we have the quantity, then we have the average revenue, total revenue, average cost, then the total cost minus
Same
total
thing. Yeah,
revenue.
it's the same thing.
So
So you get your
so
total
you're using
revenue, you take your average revenue and multiply it by your quantity. To get your total cost, you take your average cost and multiply it by the quantity. And then take
so
your
you're using the
total
same
revenue.
formula. You're
Yeah,
using the
same
same
formula.
formula you're saying. Right, that's
Yeah.
what I wanted to clarify. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
No problem. Okay. That will be the end of the first 3 questions in 2025. The 3 micro questions. Let's look at the first 3 questions in 2024 now. And then I'll give you a little break. All right. 2024 now. First one. Give me all 4 factors of production.
Land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship. If this question comes, that's 3 marks, right? List the rewards with the factors. Land gets what?
Rent,
Rent,
Labor.
wages,
Wages,
Capital.
interest,
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 Entrepreneurship.
profit.
profit,
profit.
Easy thing.
6 months.
Hmm. Well, describe the characteristics of each economic system given below in relation to the ownership of the factors of production and the role of the government. So, traditional, this is the same as subsistence. What happens in this economic system? Who makes the goods and services?
The people themselves.
The people
Who
themselves,
they make it for?
the
Themselves.
family members and close
The
relatives.
family.
Any government intervention? Any government have any role?
No.
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 So they own the factors of production. There's no government intervention. So you could say, under the subsistence economy, persons produce goods and services for themselves and their loved ones. They are the ones who would own the factors of production, and the government would have little to no role in the entire process. What about the planned economic system? Who owns the factors of production?
Government.
What's the government role?
To provide for the citizens.
In order to look out for their welfare, right? So
Yeah.
the government owns and controls the factors of production. The role of the government is to meet the needs of citizens in order to improve their welfare. Right. Indicate the effect on the demand and supply curves in each of the following scenarios. The price of gasoline increases. What would happen to the demand curve?
So it will remain constant.
It will remain constant.
Or
So it won't have an effect
Right, why it wouldn't have an effect?
because gas is something that we need, and if the price fit raise, then we would still have to buy it to an extent.
It could carpool.
So not necessary. You can pack up, you can't take the bus.
We could take bus, you could carpool. So it wouldn't
will
stay
it
the
increase?
same. It wouldn't shift. It wouldn't shift because price doesn't cause shifts in the demand, but there will be a movement along the demand curve.
Oh.
All right? Supply would stay the same. No, I lie. Supply would also have a movement. Because as the price increase, people will want to supply more, right? Just do not say shift.
So people going to buy
Prices
more. They go supply more, but
they will
people go buy
supply more.
less.
Because remember, if people are willing to pay more for the good, more people will want to sell it.
What's about the demand?
The rule for demand is as price increase, demand decrease. As price
As I
decrease,
was saying, so the demand will drop.
increase.
So if you said, oh, was that for the supply curve?
So eventually what would happen when the price increase, supply would increase initially and demand will decrease. And then when they realize it's a surplus, because they'll have more supply than demand, either the price will drop or the supply will drop. But we're talking about what would happen initially.
Okay.
Right? When price increases, the rule for supply is when price increases, supply increases. When price decreases, supply decreases. So initially, when the price increase, demand would decrease, which will cause a movement along the demand curve upwards. And supply would increase. Consumer preference on coconuts has increased. What will happen to the demand curve?
It would shift upwards, right?
Thank you. So any increases, when it comes to shifts, any graph would be to the right. Any decreases will be to the left.
The left.
Initially, what would happen to supply? Could anything happen to supply?
So it will increase if you shift into the right.
Initially, nothing will happen. Consumer preference is one of the determinants of demand, not supply. Right? Eventually,
Yes, so that we will get the same thing, David.
right. So consumer preference is a determinant of demand. You already remember when you're learning about demand and supply, you learn about some factors that affect demand, and then you would have learned about some factors that affect supply.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the way
Consumer
that
preference is a factor that affects demand. So initially, when what would happen? So this is, I'll show you the two answers you could put, right? Well, I have it here already. Initially, what will happen? Price, quantity, you have a supply curve, you have a demand curve. All that happens, sorry, one, right. So what would happen? Let's say operating at this price, demand increase because I shift to the curve to the right. That is all. People not willing to buy more at that price, right? It will only affect the demand curve. So if you put no change in supply, you will get the mark.
oh, what year was that paper?
Sorry, this 2024.
I think I'm in that.
If you want to get technical,
Bit confused.
sorry,
It was over this section. I'm really confused.
Me too. But I hope they don't bring that.
With the shift, so the constants and everything.
so price doesn't cause shifts in demand or supply curve, right? It will only cause movements along the curve. You just operate on different parts of the curve. All other determinants will cause shifts. If it's increasing a demand or increasing a supply, a curve will shift to the right. If it's decreasing, a curve will shift to the left. Consumer preference is a factor that affects demand. The income that the consumer have, that's a factor that affects demand. The more income they have, the more they'll buy. The less income, the less they'll buy. The price of complementary goods or substitute goods, those are things that will affect demand. And there are also things that will specifically affect supply, like the cost of production. Will the cost of production affect demand?
No.
No, they wouldn't even know what the cost of production is. That would affect supply. If cost of production increase, they will supply less. If cost of production decrease, they will supply more. Technology, that would affect supply. If your technology improve, they supply more. Technology decline, they supply less. So there are some factors that will affect demand alone, and there are some factors that will affect supply alone. Consumer preference in coconuts would affect demand alone. If people want more coconuts, that will cause demand to increase. So you can see demand will increase or shift to the right, no change in the supply curve. If you put that, you will get your marks. If you want to get technical, which is a extra, which you really don't need to, price, quantity, when the demand curve shifts to the right, what will happen is a price would eventually increase and it'll operate at this new equilibrium point. Your price will move from here to here eventually. But you don't have to write all of that. You don't have to go through all of that. You could just say demand curve will shift to the right and no change in the supply. Because they just testing to see if you know which factors would affect supply alone and which factors affect demand alone. So this next one here, a drought that affects the production of bread. They want to know if you know that would affect, which one that would affect, demand or supply?
Supply.
Supply.
All right. They want to know that you know that would affect supply alone. So put in no change is enough for demand. For supply, if it affects, if it's a drought, does that increase supply or decrease supply?
Decrease.
Decrease.
So cause a shift to the right or the left?
A shift to the left.
A shift to the left. That's all they want to know. You don't have to go, if you want to be technical, you could talk about what will happen after supply shift to the left, eventually price with this, and you could do that, but you don't have to. Could just say no change in demand, supply curve shift to the left. It's 1 mark each. So they're not expecting it to get into all that detail. Right? So price change cause a movement along demand and supply curves. Consumer preference affects demand only. Drought in production affects supply only. That's all they want to know. So if, for example, consumer incomes increase, how would that affect demand?
It will cause it to have a
So
shift.
people buying more.
So
If
shift to
you
the
buy
left or
more.
right?
To the right.
Will it affect supply?
No.
Yes. It would
No
affect,
effect on
but it
supply.
will supply more.
No, you don't have to go through that detail. Income of
Okay.
consumers affects consumers. It doesn't affect the suppliers, right?
Okay.
So to affect the demand curve. If firms are making, if the product, the profit the product makes increases, would that affect demand?
No.
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 Would it
That
affect
will be
No.
supply?
demand.
Yes.
It will
Yes.
affect
Yes.
supply
Would they supply more or less?
More.
more.
It will supply more.
All right. If the quality declines, would that affect demand?
Yes.
It will affect supply.
It will
Yes.
affect demand. If the quality decline, you'll buy less, right? If you're buying doubles and the doubles tasting nasty all of a sudden, you're gonna buy more doubles or less doubles?
Less
Less.
doubles.
So demand curve will shift to the right or left?
To the left.
To the
Right.
left.
So there are determinants that affect demand only, and then there are determinants that affect supply only. Right? This question here was just testing to see if you knew which ones would affect demand only and how it would affect it, and which ones would affect supply only and how it would affect it. Hello. I'm showing the answer already, but I feel like everybody know this. The two main branches are economics and microeconomics and macroeconomics. Everybody knows that, right?
Yes,
So,
Right. We'll be under some pressure if you didn't know that one. Complete the table below by listing the characteristics of goods sold by each market structure. So I can't block the answers, so I'm just going to ask you all now, right? Yes, Rehan.
So, they would have asked you to explain what is microeconomics as
Yes.
a CSEC thing. Okay.
Yes.
they could.
Dana, what is microeconomics?
so microeconomics deals with the decisions of the households and the firms.
So it looks at individual economic decisions. And what does macro look at?
The government, the whole economy.
The whole economy, right? The aggregate.
Economy.
The
Nice.
economy as a whole.
Right. Right, so let's look at the characteristics of goods sold by each market structure. Monopoly. What type of good is sold by monopolies?
A unique product.
A unique product.
Unique.
Very good. Perfect competition.
Homogeneous.
Homogeneous.
Homogeneous products.
Correct. Monopolistic competition.
Similar differentiated products.
Similar
Differentiated.
but differentiated. Correct.
Similar
Oligopoly.
but differentiated.
Oligopoly could be homogeneous or
Homogeneous or differentiated.
Very good. Are you on fire? So monopolies, unique product, perfect competition, homogeneous, or the same product. Monopolistic competition, similar but differentiated, so it has something different about it, like fried chicken. Fried chicken is fried chicken, but everybody would have a different recipe, so it'll taste different. And oligopolies could be similar or homogeneous, like everybody could be selling the same phone, two different phone companies selling the same Samsung phone, or it could be differentiated. Like both companies selling Wi-Fi, but the Wi-Fi at different speeds. Then they said, with the use of an example, explain how the following affects the shape of the production possibility curve. So I'm going to explain the increasing, constant, and decreasing. I'm not sure which one they have here, right? So increasing opportunity cost, the production possibility curve would look like this. You'll have good A, you have good B, and to look like my picture in 2025. You'll have a big belly like this, right? So it'll be concaved outwards or bowed outwards. Right? B-O-W-E-D, bowed outwards. And you could draw it like this. Draw a belly, say. Boom. If it's constant opportunity cost, it will be a straight line. Boom. Let's draw it a little better.
So I have a question.
Yes?
When they ask for the example, we have to draw it.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I'm drawing it here for you to see. And then when it's decreasing opportunity cost, it will look like my stomach in March. Not so much now. Bowed inwards. I lie, my stomach never look like that. But it's like the opposite of A, right? The belly on the inside. So bowed outwards or concaved, however you want to say it. To me personally, I think bowed outwards and bowed inwards easy to remember. Bowed outwards is increasing, straight line constant, bowed inwards decreasing. Increasing opportunity cost, curve outwards or bowed outwards. So boom, at your belly. Constant opportunity cost will be a straight diagonal line.
So if you can explain, you could make a little draw. You could draw it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this one is the decrease in opportunity cost. So let's draw it, right? Both inwards.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So for increasing and constant, you don't have to explain to them because it would 4 marks. You don't have to explain to them that increasing opportunity is when you're giving up more in, like we
At each
say, A
level,
than B.
yes, you can. And constant, you could say,
You're giving up
the same amount.
Yeah,
And
for
then
whichever product
decreasing,
you
they could say it
produce.
reduces. The only thing is, they specifically talk about how it affects the shape of the production possibility front, eh? So the most important thing is talking about the shape. We understand what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
And then they said in a perfectly competitive firm, sold 50 pens at a price of $10 each. If it costs the firm $6 to make each pen, calculate the firm's profit. If you make 50 pens and you sell them for $10 each, how much money you get in sales?
500.
500. If each pen costs you $6 and you make 50 pens, it will cost you 66 by 50, which is 300.
300.
And your profit will be the difference. 500 take away 300 equals $200. As a simple to marker. That is free marks today. Then they said recently, the firm learned that the cost of ink will drastically decrease next week. This would result in a decrease in the cost of production. Using a demand and supply diagram, show the effect of the decrease of cost of production. Which one would it affect, demand or supply? Supply. All right, it's of course, it's a supply more, right?
Yeah.
So to shift the supply curve to the right. I just make sure you draw with rulers. And we'll have yours looking like mine, right?
So for the exam, we have to draw it in pencil or
Pencil, yeah. Draw it in pencil, label in pen. And so of course, so what you could do after you draw it out, you could write a little thing on below. A decrease in the cost of production would increase supply, causing the supply curve to shift from S1 to S2, as can be seen in the graph above. Right? If you want to put the extra mile, you could even talk about the equilibrium points. This will shift the equilibrium point from equilibrium point 1, which was the original equilibrium point, to the new one, or equilibrium price, I should say. It's up to you if you want to put in that extra part, but do you really want to see if you know if it will affect demand or supply and how it would affect it?
Final loss this.
A loss?
Because they said this would result in a decrease in the year. And I'm telling you, decreasing, you're going to the left.
What? So the cost of production decrease. If
Okay,
it
so
costs
production
me
is
less
supply. Cost of
money,
production is like supply then.
yeah, it's how much it costs you to supply. If the costs decrease, that will cause you to supply more. A decrease in cost means it costing you less money to supply goods. So now you would supply more.
Okay.
Right? If
Okay,
I
so
have
it's the cost of
$100,
production. Okay.
so if I have $100, right? And I produce a good, and it costs me $50 to produce the good, I could produce two. And but if the cost of production drop to 20, so the cost of production decrease, I can now produce 5 with that same 100. So because the cost of production decrease, my supply increase, causing the curve to shift to the right.
Okay.
You understand?
Think so.
Yeah, I could write it out if you want. So,
No, I know when you I know when you have to shift to the left and to the right, but I think the word decrease
so
makes me think that to go.
so I have $100 to go to put towards production, right? To put towards production. The good costs $50. So I produce two goods, right? The cost of production decreases. The cost of production decreases. So now, to produce the good, it costs $20. If I have $100, how much goods I could produce?
525.
5. So the cost of production decrease, and that caused my supply to increase from 2 goods to 5 goods. You see that?
Yeah, but I think what confused me, I see decrease.
Decrease.
So I look at decrease and right away I know it's shifting to the left.
But you understand why I shifted it right now, right?
Yes.
Right.
That it may be able to produce more.
Right. Number 3 now. Study the table which shows a list of terms and definitions and answer the questions that follow. Alright. Before I scroll down to the answers, let's play mix and match. Which definition here means ceteris paribus?
5.
5, right? All things remain equal.
Yeah.
Boom. Cross price elasticity of demand.
6.
Yes. Measures the responsiveness and quantity demanded of one good when the price of another good changes. Boom. What about equilibrium?
1.
1.
The market price where quantity supply and quantity demand are equal. Scarcity.
3.
Economic resources are unable to meet unlimited wants. Income elasticity of demand.
4.
4.
Change in quantity demanded due to a change in income, which means price elasticity of demand would be
2.
2. 6 marks. That is food. That is 3 marks right there. With the use of an example, explain price elasticity of demand for each of the following situations. So you all need to know, I'm not even going to scroll down. You all need to know what happens when price elasticity of demand is equal to 0, when it's greater than 0, but less than 1, when it's 1, when it's greater than 1, but less than infinity, and when it's infinity. So when a price elasticity is 0, what would you call it?
Perfectly inelastic.
Perfectly inelastic. When it's greater than 0, but less than 1.
Fairly inelastic.
Fairly inelastic, or you could just say inelastic. When it's 1.
Unitary
Unitary elasticity.
Unitary elastic. When it's greater than 1 but less than infinity.
Fairly elastic.
Fairly elastic, or you could just say elastic. And when it's infinity.
Perfectly elastic.
Perfectly elastic. You all need to know this. And that's what they're asking about here, right? So when it's 0, perfectly, so it goes from the most inelastic to the most elastic. That is the direction I go in. So it goes perfectly inelastic, then it goes down a level to inelastic, then down a level to equal, then down a level to elastic, then down a level to perfectly elastic. In that
So,
order. Yes?
so you don't have to know like the percentage change in quantity demand is zero. You need to know that. You must know that.
The percentage change in the
So
price
this is
over.
perfectly inelastic. The percentage change in quantity demand is zero. You just need to know
Yes.
the.
Yes. That's what this means. So
Yeah, I know,
perfect.
but do we have to know that, or they would just ask us
Yes.
simple like that?
Yes, you do. So
Oh, so
perfectly
I know
inelastic
that.
means the percentage change in demand is there's no change in demand due to change in price.
Okay.
And perfectly elastic means even when there's no change in price, demand changes. Right? So when it's greater than 1, that means it's elastic or fairly elastic. Right? It means the percentage change in demand is larger than the percentage change in price. It's equal to infinity. That means it's perfectly elastic. Even when there's no change in price, there's a change in demand. So 0, perfectly inelastic. Demand doesn't change even though price change. Fairly inelastic, greater than 0, less than 1. That means the change in demand is less than the change in price. Unitary elastic, it's equal. The change in price and the change in demand is equal. Fairly elastic, the change in demand is greater than the change in price. Perfectly elastic, even when there's no change in price, there's change in demand. Well, I'll show you the answer for this one already. Show you the answer for both of them already. So you've seen it already. Alright, so they said John experienced a 20% increase in income, so her quantity demanded for juice increase. So it was a change in demand due to a change in income. That's why it's income elasticity. Joe's demand for jam increased when the price for jam decreased. So it's a change in demand due to a change in price. That's why it's price elasticity. So you just have a little note here. Price elasticity, change in demand due to change in price. Income elasticity, change in demand due to change in income. And cross elasticity is change in demand of one good due to the change in price of another good. Jim started selling more plums when the price increased by $20. That's a change in supply due to a change in price. So that will be price elasticity of supply. Then it said identify the value of demand elasticity given to in the following scenarios. Rob purchased 10% more of coffee when the price fell by 10%. The formula for price elasticity of demand is the percentage change in demand divided by the percentage change in price. So it'll be 10% divided by 10%, which is 1.
So
Then
wouldn't it be negative since
yeah,
it's
it will be -1 because the demand increased by 10, so it was a positive 10%, and price fell by 10, which is a negative 10%. So positive 10 divided by negative 10 will give you -1. Then it said, Ron's purchase of painkillers fell by 20% when the price increased by 20%. Same thing. Demand is -20%. Price increase, so price is positive 20%. 20% divided by 20% is 1. It will be
negative
-1
one?
because, oh no, wait, it fell by less than 20% when the price increased by 20%. That's how we got, so it wasn't 20%, it was less than 20%, right? Once the demand is less than your price, your answer is going to be less than 1. Let me show you. Remember your price elasticity of demand is the percentage change in demand divided by the percentage change in price. Once the demand is less than your price, so let's say demand is 5 and price is 6, and 5 over 6 is less than 1.
Yeah.
Once the demand is less than your price, your answer will be less than 1. That's how I got less than 1 here. And they said your painkillers fell by less than 20%. So your the change in demand was less than 20%, but the price was 20%. So your demand change was less than the change in price. So your answer will be less than 1. Then they said Roy continues to purchase the same number of life-saving drugs he needs, even though the price keeps increasing. So there's an increase in price, but there's no change in demand. That means it's perfectly inelastic. Perfectly inelastic is 0. I think we did it up here. So when there's no change in demand, the price elasticity of demand is 0. When your change in demand is less than change in price, it's less than 1. You remember when we did this? They're basically testing it over, but in a different way. So in this first one, they're showing that the change in demand and the change in price is equal. So it's unitary. So the answer will be 1. The second one, the change in demand was less than change in price, which means it's fairly inelastic. So your answer should be less than 1. And then in this third one, there's no change in demand at all, which means it's perfectly inelastic. And when it's perfectly inelastic, your price elasticity of demand is 0. So all the more reason to make sure you all know this. These 5 here. Just in case it comes to more, right? There's only so much things they could bring in the first 3 questions. They could only bring supply and demand, economies of scale, market structure, market failure, elasticity, factors of production, short run, long run, in production possibility curve, things like that. There's only so much they could bring in the first 3 questions. Can we do one more and then you'll get a break?
Okay, sir.
One
Yes,
more?
sir.
All right. 2023. We did 2025, 2024, and 2023. Here they're asking about the factors of production. What is labor?
Labor is the human effort used in the production process.
Simple. Capital.
Any type of machinery or money used in the production process.
All right. Or you could call it the man-made goods used to create other goods, right?
Yes, sir.
State 2 disadvantages of division of labor for employees.
Boredom.
Demotivation and
Boredom, less motivated.
Boredom, less motivated is 2 already. Right? You need boredom, specialize in one task only, so you're skill limited. Financial is also a part of capital. Yes, it is, Miguel.
So would less wages be a disadvantage as well?
You could put potentially less wages, yeah, because your job's smaller. All right, so far so good. Explain how a large chain of fast food restaurants might use each of the following economies of scale to its advantage. What is economies of scale again?
Advantages of growing
Advantages the
the
business gains as it grows.
Right. Cost advantages, huh?
So they can use that by increasing their price as demand for their product goes up.
Yeah. So what will be some financial economies specifically?
profit of organization.
Would they be able to get you with loans faster and
Uh,
stuff?
yes, they'll be able to, easier for them to get loans, easier for them to get investors. They could buy more stuff because they have more money. Marketing.
So they can go into a bigger market or a larger market scale to
Right,
sell their
So they could
goods.
buy in bulk and get a cheaper cost.
right. So they can advertise on a larger scale. They might have greater brand recognition. Might be able to get better marketing deals. Technical economies of scale.
So they can use this to advance their technology and produce more products.
Right, because they might be able to get better technology, right? The more advanced technology. Right. Managerial economies of scale.
So they can
So they
hire
can
people who more
Hire
experienced.
specialist staff.
Right, so I like the specialist staff more. Both of them are correct, but more specifically the specialist staff. So, as a large organization, I can hire a manager who specializes in marketing, then one who specializes in human resource, one who specializes in accounting, one who specializes in production, and so forth, right? So you can get specialized management. Very good.
So, who do you
Yeah?
think they would ask what are the diseconomies of scale?
Yeah.
Your organizational structure
Okay.
could
Okay.
expand.
Say that again?
Your organizational structure could expand to manage your
Yes.
economies of scale.
Yes. All right. Next one now. XYZ Limited has a small firm that is a small firm, sorry, that makes bicycles. Use the information in table 1 below, which displays the quantities and some costs incurred by XYZ Limited to produce bicycles. There's probably fixed costs, variable costs, total costs, and probably marginal costs or something. Or just fixed costs, variable costs, and total costs. All right, so before I even look at the costs, right? What's the formula for total cost?
So
Fixed
fixed
cost
costs
and
plus
variable
variable
cost.
costs.
All right. What you can tell me about fixed costs?
fixed costs are costs
It
that the
stays the same
It
no
stays the
matter how
same, it
much goods
doesn't
they
change.
produce.
All right. So when my quantity is zero, what is the relationship between fixed cost and total cost?
the total cost would change, but the fixed cost wouldn't.
No,
It would be the same thing.
it will be the same
It
thing.
would be the same thing.
When your quantity is zero, your variable cost will be zero. So, but your fixed cost will not change. So when quantity is zero, your fixed cost is equal to your total cost. All right? So let's see. All right, so in this first scenario, I should pull this up without the answers. 1 second. All right, so without the answers. In this first scenario, my quantity is zero. When your variable cost is based on a quantity, right? It will be the cost per unit, a variable cost per unit multiplied by a quantity. Anything multiplied by zero is equal to zero. So when a quantity is zero, a variable cost is zero. But you remember your fixed cost doesn't change. So if total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost, and your total cost is 10, and your variable cost is 0, how much is your fixed cost? What plus 0 will
10.
give you 10?
10.
10,
10.
sir.
So when your quantity is 0, your fixed cost and your total cost are the same. So I'm going to save you all some time now and some headache. When quantity is 1, how much is your fixed cost?
10.
10.
When quantity is 2, how much is your fixed cost?
10.
And this makes everything easier. So if my fixed cost is 10 and my total cost is 14, how much is my variable cost?
4.
4.
4. And if my fixed cost is 10, my variable cost is 7, what's my total cost?
7.
17.
17.
17. Not too bad, right?
No, sir.
Well, you said calculate the variable cost when one bicycle is produced. Oh, that's everything we just did. All right, number 2. What are 3 non-price factors? So specifically, not their own price, that affect demand of a good.
Personal preference,
Preference,
Right?
income level,
Income.
Income.
tradition,
effects,
What is that third one?
bandwagon
Bandwagon.
effects,
tradition,
Bandwagon effect, trend, traditions, the price
complementary
of
goods, substitute
related
goods.
goods. All right, so this is what I was talking about before when I said there are some things that affect demand only. This is what they're asking about here. All right, so all the stuff you all said. In the taste, preference, the level of education, quality of the good, price of other goods, bandwagon effect, advertising.
Price of related good.
Yep. So like a substitute goods and a complementary good. Mhm. List 3 factors that impact the price elasticity of supply now. So things that will affect supply.
cost of production,
The cost of production.
Office
Improved
level.
technology,
Mm-hmm.
Available of raw material.
All right.
Time period.
All right. Um, what could affect it as well could be, so watching this now, right? List 3 factors that affect the price elasticity of supply. You all said at half time period, cost of factors of production. All right. Yeah, let's go look. Just keep in mind, right, for this one question here, right? Um, Factors influencing supply, how much they're willing to supply and stuff like that. And factors that affect the elasticity of supply could be different, huh? So, for example, if raw materials are readily available or not, that could affect how much a change in price could affect supply. Or if how profitable the product is, that could affect how much a change in price would affect supply. But no, it's more or less the same thing. It's more or less the same thing.
Hey.
Ah, I remember this question. I really like this question.
Mhm.
For each of the following pairs of goods, explain which good has more price elasticity of demand. So they want to know which good will be affected by a change in price more. A red motor car or all motor cars?
A red motor car.
Red motor car.
A red motor car. Why?
Because you can buy a motor car of any color.
Right. You change the
Because they
price
have
of
options to choose from with the all motor car.
exactly. You change the price of a red motor car. I just gonna buy a blue one or a black one or a green one. You change the price of
Better
all
for the
motor
medium
cars, my
cost.
choices are much limited.
Yeah,
Right?
out for the week. Lash sick leave.
So a change in price of red motor cars would affect
Respiratory
it
tract infection.
way more than a change in price of all motor cars. What about jewelry and prescription medicine?
Them train, did they?
Jewelry.
Jewelry, right?
The rest
Because
of
most
the coverage
likely you
coming
need
up.
prescription medicine. So if the price change, you're probably still gonna buy it. But if jewelry increase, you might buy something else. Good. An increase in gas prices today or tax on a gas a year after the tax is introduced.
A tax on
Well, on
gas.
gas a year after it's introduced.
A tax on gas a year after it's introduced, right? When it happened today for today, you wouldn't get time to plan for it. So you might still be buying the same amount. But when you get a year to plan, it might change because you know you could carpool or take public transport or whatever the case may be. You'll have time to adjust it. Laptops with electricity.
Laptops.
Laptops, because
Laptops.
electricity is very close to a necessity, right?
So in other words, you're saying that the things that are not necessary.
Right. Or the things that a change in price would affect more.
Okay.
Right. Study figure 2.0, which represents the market for
Excuse me,
coffee.
sir.
Yes?
As the question, some of us 2 marks, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
see how you just write like a one-line thing? You could do that, or we
No,
are
no, I was just putting that as the direction of what the answer would be. Thanks for asking that, right? But they said to explain. So you have to explain why. So actually, because I explained laptops as electricity is a necessity, and the most I would put and as that and laptops could be replaced with tablets or something like that. Everything else more or less is enough. Jewelry is a luxury good and prescription medicine will still be needed despite the price change. A tax and gas in year after year would have a higher price elasticity of demand as person would have enough time to make adjustments. Those first three is enough. The last one, I would just say include that laptops have more substitutes. That's all. But all the others is pretty much enough.
Okay, sir.
Right. Right. Let's look at this diagram. So study figure 2, which represents the market for coffee in Julan, and answer questions D1 and D2. We're already labeled, and the diagram labeled the demand curve and the supply curve. Demand curve is downward sloping, supply curve is upward sloping. So that should be relatively easy. Identify the market equilibrium. Think we all know that one. That's where demand and supply are equal. Everybody knew that one, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
On the diagram below, a severe storm. Will that affect demand or supply?
Supply.
Supply.
Increase or decrease?
Decrease to the left.
So it's to shift to the left, right? So that is what they're really asking. They're asking, they want to know if you know if it would affect demand only or supply only, and how it would affect it. Right? We know a change in supply will lead to eventually price dropping and demand shift. You don't have to go through all that. You're just looking at the initial effect. Storm happen, supply shift to the left. Right, and you could put a line, if you want, you could put an explanation below. Severe storm would reduce the amount of supply, reduce the amount able to supply, which will shift the supply curve to the left, as can be seen in the diagram above, from S1 to S2. Number 3, characteristics of the market structures. Perfect competition. Let me get some characteristics.
Many buyers, many sellers.
Many buyers, many
Price
sellers.
takers.
Price takers.
Because
What type of good?
Homogeneous.
Homogeneous. How much barriers?
Many buyers and
no
Many
sellers.
buyers, many
barriers.
sellers.
No, how much barriers to entry?
No barriers.
No
Buyers.
barriers to
No
entry.
barriers to entry.
Right, and there's also freedom of information. So perfect knowledge, freedom of information, homogeneous product, many buyers and sellers, freedom to entry and exit, and price takers. Good. Monopolies. How much buyers and sellers?
One seller, many
Many
buyers.
buyers.
Type of product.
Unique.
A unique product.
How much barriers?
High barriers to entry.
High barriers.
Buyers.
Barriers right around.
Control on price.
Price
They are
takers.
price
Takers.
makers.
Price makers.
Right
Right.
makers.
And well, there's little to no knowledge. So good. Monopolistic competition. How much buyers and sellers?
Many
One
buyers, many
seller, many
sellers.
buyers.
No, many buyers and sellers. Monopolistic competition, many buyers and sellers. Type of product.
Differentiated.
You should have similar.
Right. Similar but differentiated.
Cheated.
Right. Barriers.
Low barriers to entry.
No
Low.
barriers.
Right. LOW. Control on price.
They have
Price makers.
There's some
makers.
control. There's some control over price, and there's some information. Differentiated product, many buyers and sellers, some influence on price, low barriers to entry, and some information. Using economic concepts, explain the problem created when community members are asked to make voluntary monthly contributions to public internet access. What topic is this? Anybody knows?
Externalities.
Which is part of what topic? It's not actually not
Market failure.
It's market failure. It's not externalities, but it is market failure. What are the causes of market failure?
Monopolies.
Monopolies
Merit
is
and
one.
demerit goods, public goods,
Merit and
and
demerit goods,
externalities.
public good,
And externalities.
and externalities. This would be our what kind of good? Which one would this be?
Public good.
Public
Very
good.
good.
It's talking about making monthly contributions for public internet access. Right? It will be non-excludable and zero priced if it's paid for. What's the problem? How does public goods cause market failure?
Free riders.
Due to the free riders, people who do not want to contribute
Benefit without paying money.
but benefiting. Very good. And that could cause people what happened there? That could cause people to not want to Right. That could cause people to not want to contribute. Right? So the cost, so much things could happen here. The cost could be high for some people, while some people get through free, or it could reach the point where nobody contributes because everybody wants to be a free rider. Either way, resources will not be used efficiently to satisfy needs and wants, and once resources are not being used efficiently, it is called market failure. Correct? Once resources aren't used efficiently, it is considered market failure. Right? So some people would not want to contribute or will contribute very little, which will merely leave the burden on a few, or it may reach the point where nobody wants to contribute and nobody gets public internet access. Either way, resources will not be used efficiently. And once resources aren't being used efficiently to satisfy needs and wants, it leads to market failure. What's a solution to this? Who normally pays for our public goods?
Government.
So that's why the government pays for our public goods, right? Because that's the main solution to the free rider problem. The government will pay it first. You don't have to worry about it. Indicate whether the goods and services are merit or public goods. So remember, merit goods bring a positive impact to society, right?
Benefits.
Right. Public goods are non-excludable and non-rivalrous. Everybody could use it, and one person using it doesn't stop somebody else from using it. Right? So a public good could be positive. So a public good could also be a merit good, but not all merit goods are public goods, right? So ask yourself if anybody could use it and it cannot be used up. So one person using it doesn't stop somebody else from using it. If that's the case, then it's a public good. If it's not the case, it's probably merit. So the first one, primary school provided by a private organization.
A merit good.
A merit
Merit.
good, right? Because private schools have a limit to how much students it have. So eventually, some people using the school would mean others can't because it could be used up, right? But it is something positive, so it will be a merit good. The national army of the country.
A public good.
A public good, because the army is protecting all of us. So the army protecting me is not stopping it from protecting somebody else. Right? And all of us are being protected at the same time. That's a public good. Healthcare.
Public.
A merit good.
Right. So here's the thing with healthcare.
Merit.
It could be merit because not everybody does get free healthcare.
They were very vague. They didn't say public healthcare or private healthcare, right?
Yes, to change that up.
So what you have to ask yourself, can healthcare be used up? Right? So it could be
Yes.
both a public and a merit good, right? But because they just said healthcare and it wasn't specific, they could look at the fact that hospitals have limited beds, medicine, there's a limit to the amount of medicine it have, and so forth. So it could lean more towards a merit good. Right? It can be considered.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Could you like briefly explain what is a merit, the merit and a public good once more, please?
So a merit good is a good that brings something positive to society, like
beneficial.
healthcare, education, and so forth. A demerit good is something that brings something negative to society, like alcohol, smoking. right? A public good is a good that is non-excludable and non-rivalrous, meaning it's a good that anybody could use, so you're not costing anything, it's anybody could use it, and you using it doesn't stop somebody else from using it. So I use the roads all the time. If I'm using the road, that doesn't mean Rachel can't use the road. And we all have access to the roads. That will be a public good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Right? No problem. So with healthcare, while yes, the government does provide healthcare in a lot of countries and it's free for a lot of people, it does have limits. It can be used up.
Everything is not free.
Right? The hospitals beds could be filled when it's at the coronavirus pandemic. Hospital beds were filled, and everybody it had situations where they didn't have space for people. Right? Which means it can't be considered a fully public good. It has to be merit. And then there's also private healthcare where you have to pay for it, which also have a limited amount, right? Lighting of a village along main streets.
Public, so.
Public
That will
good.
be public, right? When I walk in the street light, just because the light shining on me, that doesn't mean it's not shining on Shaniqua. Shaniqua could walk and the same light shining for Shaniqua as well. Right? It could shine for everybody who is in the vicinity. Time 6:37. Assume there is no government in the town of Roadville. Table 1 shows the demand and supply schedule, as well as the marginal social benefit for road repairs. The marginal social benefit is the total benefit for society from consuming additional units of goods, right? So you want to maximize your marginal social benefit. That's what you want to do, right? Identify the cause of market failure in Roadville's road repair market. And again, it will be the same thing, public good, right? Roads is a public good. And right now they're looking at somebody privately providing a public good because there's no government. And we know what happens when in that case, the free riders, right? So the absence of the public good. Then they said use the information in the table, explain the market failure in D1. So the issue here is because there's no government to provide the public good, private citizens have to provide it for themselves. The problem is the private companies that would want to provide it would not be focusing on the social benefits for society. They will be focusing on their profit. The higher the price, the more they will be willing to supply, but the less the others will be willing to pay. The lower the price, the more people will be willing to buy, but the less they will be willing to supply. So to maximize the marginal social benefit, the price has to be $20. But when the price is $20, they are only willing to supply 2 when the demand is 14. So there's a huge surplus there. Right? So what you could write, in order to maximize marginal social benefit, the price of the bottle must be $20. However, at that price, they are only willing to supply 2 when demand is 14, which results in a shortage of 12. At equilibrium, price 50, demand and supply are both 8, but marginal social benefit is only 12. So it's not being maximized. You can write something like that or with less words. And you'll be good to go. And you'll be good to go. Remember, the whole point of economics is to find out how we could use our limited resources to satisfy our unlimited wants as effectively as possible. To satisfy our unlimited wants as effectively as possible here, we would want to maximize our marginal social benefit. But we can't, because when the price is 20, supply is only 2 and demand is 14. So we can't. The most we could do is operate when the price is 50 and demand and supply equal. But then the marginal social benefit will only be 12. And that is the first three questions. Let's take a 6:41. Let us take a small break and we resume at 6:55 and we'll do the last two sets of micro. And then we'll start looking at macro, then the AI questions.
So what time to resume?
You coming back 6. Don't leave the call, just stay on. Just go and eat or wash your face, whatever you need to do. We resume at 6:55.
Okay, sir.
Right, 2022. Micro questions. Number 1. 3 main economic agents. Anybody?
Individuals, firms, and government.
Household, firms, government. Easy. What's the role of the household?
To provide factors of production to firms.
All right.
And they
Provide
buy goods
factors
and
of production.
services from the firm.
Or buy goods and services from the firm. What is the role of the firm?
To produce goods and services.
Mm-hmm. Or to buy factors of production from
and they buy factors
households.
of production. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the government.
They
To make
regulate
all
activities of the
regulate rules.
Mm-hmm. To regulate how they
regulate
interact with each
activities of the
other.
businesses and the firms.
Very good. Easy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Explain how scarcity creates the economic problem.
So scarcity is
Because
some have an unlimited one.
No, that's not one person.
Sorry.
The first person who started.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I was saying with scarcity first, scarcity is the problem of having unlimited wants, but limited resources, which leads us to which leads individuals to make choices that could lead to opportunity costs.
Thank you. Thank you. We have limited resources. So in order to satisfy our wants, we have to find a way to use those limited resources, which will lead us to have to make choices. And those choices we make will lead to opportunity costs. Very well said. Up on there, boy. Just now. What's the difference between opportunity cost and money cost?
opportunity cost is the thing that you gave up to buy something else, and the money cost is the thing that you bought.
All right. So the money cost is the financial payment for the good. And the opportunity cost is the next best alternative for one. What you said, the thing you gave up for it. Very good. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Using a labeled diagram of the production possibility frontier, explain the concept of opportunity cost as production moves along the frontier. So I have the answer drawn out here already. but we're going to draw out our next production possibility curve. Actually, should be able to use it. So all the points on the production possibility curve are different combinations of the two goods that could be produced when you're using all the resources. Everybody good there, right? So at this point A, there's some mouse going crazy. At this point A, I am producing 7 of good A, but 0 of good B, right? You're seeing that? If I wanted to get some of good B, let's say I wanted to get 3 of good B, I would have to give up one of good A. So if I was operating at point A right now, where I have 7 of good A and 0 of good B, and I wanted to move to point B, where I'll have 3 of good B, so I'll move from 0 of good B to 3 of good B, I would have to give up one of my good A in order to achieve that. Are you seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's even look at a different point. Let's look at D. At D, I'm getting 6 of good B and 3 of good A. If I wanted an additional good B, so I wanted to move from D to E, where I'm getting 7 of good B instead of 6, I would have to give up 2 of my good A to get it. And that would be my opportunity cost. Right? So to move from one point on the production possibility curve to the other, you will get more of one good, but at a cost of giving up some of the other good. And the other good that you're giving up would be the opportunity cost. You all follow?
Yes, sir.
Supposed to move from B to C, I will get more of good B, but I'd have to give up some of good A. If I was to move from D to B, I will get more of good A, but I'd have to give up some of good B. So to move from one point to the next, I will get more of one good, but at the cost of another good. And the cost of that other good that I'm giving up will be the opportunity cost. So that's what you would explain. When 7 units of good A is produced, 0 units of good B could produce. Let's put this point here. In order to produce 3 units of good B, let's say 1 unit of good A must be given up, because instead of 7, you'll be producing 6. As can be seen by observing point A and point B. The amount of good A given up in order to produce good B would be the opportunity cost. Right, so that's how you're explaining it. Once you're moving from one point to the next, you'll be getting more of one good, but at the cost of another good. And the cost of that other good is the opportunity cost. Number 2, what is a market?
A situation where buyers and sellers need to interact But the buyer turn up velocity.
Good. What is a supply schedule?
A supply schedule. No man.
So it'll show the quantity supplied and the price.
The quantity, so right, to the different quantities suppliers are willing to supply based on various prices. Good. Don't say suppliers the amount people are willing to supply. Didn't ask about a definition for supply. They asked for a definition of supply schedule. State two factors that could cause an increase in the supply of pens, specifically increase in supply.
Decrease in price of production and decrease in raw material, cost of raw material.
All right.
Increase in demand.
New technological advancements.
Taxes and subsidies.
A decrease in taxes or increase in subsidies.
And profit levels.
Increase in profit. All of those are good. Study below. Study table 1 below, which represents the demand and supply curve for pens, and answer the following. Let's see this demand and supply curve for pens. They want us to calculate the price elasticity of supply if pens move from $2 to $4. Price elasticity of supply is the percentage change in supply due to the percentage change in price, right? So we have to calculate the percentage change in quantity supplied first, then calculate the percentage change in price. So it's from 2 to 4. So it's moving from $2 to $4. So my quantity changed from 10 to 50. Did it increase or decrease?
Increase.
Increase by how much?
40.
40. So to calculate the percentage change in supply, it will be the change in supply, which is 40, over the original amount, which is 10, multiplied by 100. That will give me, boom, boom, 400, right? So the percentage change in supply is 400%. The percentage change in price now, it went from $2 to $4. Did it increase or decrease?
Increase.
Increase by how much?
$2.
All right. So it went from increased by 2. The original amount was 2. So it'll be the change in price over the original price multiplied by 100. And that will give me 100%. So the price elasticity now of supply will be the percentage change in supply, which is 400%, divided by the percentage change in price. 400% divided by 100% would give me 4. So the answer will be 4.
So scroll down a little. Let me see something, please.
Up or down? Up?
Down. Yeah, down. No, next way. Down, down, down. 2 to 4. So 13 and 10 and 15. Okay. Okay, sir. Go ahead.
All right.
So why you work out? Okay, never mind.
You understand?
Yeah, I was figuring that the quantity is the supply from the table.
Yeah.
And then the two $4. Okay.
So now, use a labeled diagram, illustrate the relationship between the price of pens and the quantity supplied of pens. So, go and draw this over. This looks really terrible. No, you know what? I'm standing by it. As my drawing, as not artist, I'm sorry. So I would have plot out the graph. I'll set my price 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, right? For my demand curve, when price is 1, demand is 50. Price is 2, demand is 30. Price is 3, demand is 10. Price is 4, demand is 0. Alright? So when price is 1, my demand is 50. I would look for the 50 points and I'll put a point there. In line with 1 and in line with 50. When price is 2, demand is 30. So I'll look for where 30 is and put a point in line with 2 and 30. When price is 3, demand was 10. So I'll put a point in line with 10 for demand and 3 for price. And when price was 4, demand was 0. So I would have put a point in line with 4 and 0. Then I would have drawn a line through it. Then I would do the same thing with supply. Right?
So when the supply was 20, what was the price? When the supply was 20. I think I see 20 and something there. Go up again, let me see, please,
No,
sir.
that was the that is my elasticity, my equilibrium point. And reach there yet. I would explain that just now. My supply now, when price is 1, supply is 0. Price is 2, supply is 10. Price is 3, supply is 30. Price is 4, supply is 50. So price is 1, supply is 0. I would put my point in line with 1 and 0. Price is 2, supply is 10. I'll put a point in line with 10 and in line with 2 for price. When price is 3, supply is 30. I would put a point in line with the 30 and with the 3. When price is 4, supply is 50. So I'll put a point in line with the 50 and the 4 and then draw my lines through it. And then the point here, where they intersect, will be the equilibrium point, which would end up being right in between 10 and 30 for quantity, which will be 20, and right in between 3 and 2 for price, which will be $2.50.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
For this question, today I have to do the demand curve.
This one, they ask the relationship between the price of pens and the quantity supply of pens. Right? So you don't have to draw the demand curve. I am just showing you a lecture, right? I'm showing you how to draw both the demand curve and the supply curve and the equilibrium point. But for the question itself, all you would have needed was the supply curve. Alright, I'm just showing you all both just for teaching purposes now. Because for the exam, they could ask you, draw the demand curve, or they could ask you, draw both. So just in case, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. And I just point out the equilibrium point in case they asked for it. Then they said, using the information on table 1, discuss the price at which the greatest shortage of pens occurs. Which price the greatest shortage of pens occurs?
$1.
Price 1. At when the price is 1, demand is 50, but there is no supply. right? So that means there's a shortage of 50. Where it has the largest surplus?
Price 4.
Price 4. At price 4, it have 50 supply, but nobody buying any. So it have 50 excess or 50 in surplus. And they ask you to discuss it. So I just give extra information, right? At price 1, quantity demanded for pens is 50. However, that same price, firms are only willing to supply 0. That will leave the entire demand for pens as a shortage. All right. And then when for the surplus at price 4, the quantity they're willing to supply is 50, but the demand is 0 at that same price, which leaves a surplus of the market of 50. All right, the page can load up. Thanks. Number 3, state 3 examples of barriers to entry that occur in market structures. Remember, barrier to entry is anything that makes it difficult for a firm to enter the market, right?
High cost, sir.
A unique good.
High cost.
Government regulations.
Lack of resources.
Patents, ownership.
Lack of resources.
Are they ready? Are they ready? Easy. If this question comes tomorrow and know they're getting that correct. Well, I don't show any answer.
So a
Identify the
unique
time
good is
period.
one.
Say that again. Say that again.
A unique for the barriers.
A unique good.
is one. Yeah.
Yes. And yes, according to how you word it, yes, it's correct.
Okay.
All right. If nobody else have access to the good to sell it. All right. Then they ask the time period in which the firms can enter or leave the industry. Please don't say 3 to 5 years or 10 years and more. When it's in like that, they're talking about the long run, right?
Excuse me, sir. This long run, short run thing is always confused me. Can you explain it, please?
Right. So the short run is the period of a time where raw materials and labor are the only variable costs. That's all. The long run, all factors of production are variable. That's the difference. That is it. The short run,
Okay then.
the short run is the period of time where raw materials and labor are your only variable costs. The long run, all factors of production are variable. So because all factors of production are variable in the long run, it's easier for firms to enter or leave the market. Because now they could sell their capital and whatever the case may be. Like, you ready to see the answer, but still. 2 market structures characterized by barriers to entry.
Monopoly and
Monopoly.
Mm-hmm. What are 2 market structures characterized by many buyers and sellers?
perfect.
Monopolistic and perfect competition.
And perfect competition. All right. Which market structure is characterized by having a unique good?
Monopoly.
Monopoly. Which market structure is characterized by having no barriers to entry or low?
Perfect competition.
Perfect competition.
And monopolistic competition has low barriers as well. All right. Market structures come and really hope they can mash it up.
So where's the
So
whole
next thing it's income. Next thing all these things income. Because it's
Right?
AI generated.
That is the thing, right? I know you're worried, right? I know you're worried. But microeconomics only has 4 sections in the syllabus, right? The economic syllabus have 8 sections. The first 4 is micro, and the last 4 is macro. The first 3 questions for economics is usually microeconomics questions. That means 3 out of those 4 sections coming. So something you learn must come. Must come. They only have so much things they could choose from. Something you learn must come. If it's not market structures, market structures income, it's going to be demand and supply. Or it will be economies of scale, or your factors of production, or your production possibility curve. But something you learn must come. Must. They could do their AI thing, whatever they want. The AI thing still gonna test 3 out of those 4 sections. Right? So don't hurt your head too much. Somebody asked what a duopoly is. A duopoly is a type of oligopoly where oligopoly has few buyers, few sellers, right? And many buyers. A duopoly, sorry, has two sellers and many buyers. Right? So it's like a special type of oligopoly.
So my heart crying right now for the exam tomorrow.
You're safe, dog. You're safe. I can't remember the last time I see you fail at econ exam. You worried for nothing. And then we gonna mash up paper 1. And I surely do good in all the SBs.
So, question. You know what time the econ exam is?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Thanks.
12 for Jamaicans.
No, sir, 1 o'clock, same way down here.
1 o'clock? So your exam will start an hour after us?
Yes, sir.
Pops. Okay. That's interesting. It's quite
Said I'm getting
dangerous.
the cheat code, I know, but alright.
That's real dangerous on CSEC
That's why
side.
everything that's buzzed down there.
Yeah, that I find that real dangerous. Because what if I finish the exam real quick and come out before it's in 1 o'clock in Jamaica and I message my Jamaican friend, say, so on, so come. Alright, anyway, let's see Exy do the thing.
So that sounds like a you problem, because why would you do that?
Wow. Alright.
So they said anything about the POB?
Nope, not yet. I haven't seen anything. I know they know about it. They haven't seen anything.
So let them keep ignoring it now.
I'll make a video talking about it again. If push come to shove, talk to the maths teachers about the maths exam too. Anyway,
I feel like they're leaking the wrong papers, sir. The wrong papers.
right out of all
So
the
also they leak the
exams,
maths too? The maths papers leak
maths are
too?
leaked right before the exam.
Jesus.
But you go leak POB, boy, the easiest.
You
That's
understand?
what I'm saying.
Easiest thing, boy, you go leak POB,
POB
boy.
or something.
POB,
It's
boy.
just wicked, you see. Just wicked.
The easiest, it's too easy. Leak it. Gosh, boy. Anyway, I focus. In a big city, there are many small fried chicken restaurants. Though they are all selling fried chicken, each restaurant is known for its own unique recipe. The restaurants are very competitive and there is freedom of entry and exit. What type of market structure is that?
Monopolistic.
Monopolistic competition. So they wanted to draw the diagram in the long run. You notice they didn't tell you losses, normal profits, or supernormal profits, right? Because you supposed to know long run if it's perfect competition or monopolistic competition, it has to be normal profits. If it is oligopolies or monopolies, you're drawing supernormal profits. You supposed to know that. So if they say draw monopoly in the long run, you're supposed to know automatically they want to see supernormal profits. If they say draw perfect competition in the long run, you automatically supposed to know you have to show normal profits. Only if it's in the short run, then they could ask you for either one. They could ask you for losses, normal profits, or supernormal profits. So I have it drawn here.
They will tell you what to do.
Yeah.
That way I call you to the night for some God.
So I have it drawn down there, but I'm gonna draw it again here with you, alright? So you could follow. So draw my Y and my X-axis. This is price. This is quantity. For this graph is for oligopolies, monopolistic competition, and monopolies. All of them, their demand curve will be downward sloping like this. And this demand curve will also represent the average revenue. The marginal revenue will always be a curve on the inside of the average revenue like this. I'm going to draw that over. I could draw that better, I think. Right, that's slightly better, man. That will be a marginal revenue. And then the marginal cost will be like a tick. As I always say, it will be what the examiners put in all your paper later. This will be a marginal cost, right? Just now I can start teaching art, boy. Let's now go start teaching art. I'll let you know if you want to write art next year, let me know. Right? This part here will not change. The only thing that changes is the location of your average cost. If it's supernormal profits, your average cost is going to be less than your average revenue. If it's normal profits, your average cost is going to be equal to your average revenue. And if it's losses, your average cost will be greater than average revenue. Alright, so firstly, we have to mark where we're going to operate. And that's here. We operate where marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. Is that part right here? So we're going to be producing this amount of goods. So for us to have normal profits, at this point, my average cost and my average revenue have to be equal. So I'm going to draw my average cost curve like this. Average cost. So at that point, when I go up to my average revenue line, I will see that it's actually equal to my average cost as well. And that will be normal profits. And I will label this imperfect competition, or more specifically, monopolistic competition, long run, normal profits.
Sir, can you do one with supernormal profit, please?
Right. With supernormal, no problem.
So before you do that, I have a question. So the first three lines that you draw, right, with marginal revenue, the demand which is equal to average revenue and marginal cost. Those be the same thing for all except for perfect competition?
Yeah. Perfect competition looks different.
Okay.
Perfect competition, the demand curve is a horizontal line. I'll show you perfect competition after. Right. So these three lines won't change. The only thing that changes is where your average cost is, right? So again, we operate in here where marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. So we're looking at everything at this point. So if I was making supernormal profits, my average cost might be, let's say here for example, if this was my average cost, and I'm looking at where marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue, right? So I'm looking at this point here. When I go up, my average cost will be here. But my average revenue will be up here. And when the average revenue is higher than the average cost, you're making supernormal profits. So, I'll write that out again. Average revenue greater than average cost. Supernormal profits, they also call it economic profits, right? Average revenue equal to average cost. Normal profits or non-economic profits. Average cost greater than average revenue loss. So this is supposed to indicate or dictate where you draw your average cost. So they want you to have a loss. Okay, you have to say, okay, I have to dictate, I have to show a loss. That means my average cost has to be higher than my average revenue. So if I'm drawing a loss, my average cost has to be higher than my average revenue. If my average revenue is here, and my average cost has to be higher than this, that means I had to draw it probably around here. So I draw
Okay.
it here, and that will and there you'll see at this point my average revenue is here, but my average cost is up here, so I'm making a loss.
Okay, then.
Uh-huh.
So they're saying that if they give us this to draw in the diagram, we'll still draw the price, the marginal cost, and demand is equal to average revenue, and then we'll put our marginal cost and average cost based on what they say.
You put in your average cost based on what they say. So these first three things will not change no matter what. This will be your average revenue. This line here will be a marginal revenue, and this will be a marginal cost. And you operate where marginal cost and marginal revenue are equal. This will not change no matter what. Only thing that changes is where you put your average cost, and that's based on if it's supernormal profits, normal profits, or losses. If it's a loss, that means it costs you more money than you're getting, right? So if it's a cost, the average cost has to be greater than the average revenue. So if it was a loss, I would look at where my average revenue is, and I would draw my average cost above it. You good with me so far?
Yes, sir.
All right. If it's normal profits, my average revenue is supposed to be equal to my average cost. So in that case, I would look where my average revenue is. So my average revenue is here. And I would draw my average cost to be equal to that point as well. So when I come on up here, they equal. Right? If it was supernormal profits, I know my average cost has to be less than my revenue for it to be supernormal profits. So my revenue is up here. I would draw my average cost below it. Maybe like here. So my cost will be here, but my revenue will be up here. Alright, so the only thing that's dictated is where you put in your average cost. All the other things will stay the same. This is for monopolistic competition, oligopolies, and monopolies. Right. For perfect competition, the graph looks like this. You have your price, you have your quantity demanded. Your demand curve, because it is perfectly elastic, price stay the same and demand still changing. A demand curve is a horizontal line. And in perfect competition, the demand curve is equal to your average revenue and your marginal revenue. So this one line is the average revenue and your marginal revenue. And then you draw your marginal cost curve, which looks the same. And this will not change. We operate where marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. And just like with the other graph, where we draw our average cost will depend on if it's supernormal profits, normal profits, or losses. If it's supernormal profits, that means my cost is less than my revenue. So I will draw my average cost below my average revenue. So my average revenue is here. My average cost is down here. If it's normal profits, that means my average cost is supposed to equal my average revenue. So I will draw it like this. So at this point, my average cost is equal to average revenue. If it was a loss, then my average cost is supposed to be greater than my average revenue. So my average revenue is here. I will draw it here to show that it's a loss. My average cost will be greater than my average revenue. So what you need to first learn is these two. You need to learn this base.
When you have to draw this graph,
If they ask you to draw your market, your perfect competition market structure. So this one,
So
when
let's
the line is when the demand curve is horizontal, this is
Yeah.
perfect competition.
So how can you change this question a bit so we will know is this graph you have to draw?
They might say in a big city, many companies are selling carrots. All of the carrots are homogeneous, and there's freedom of entry and exit. What market structure they describing there?
Perfect.
Right. And then they might say draw and label the diagram to illustrate the long run equilibrium of this firm. And
Okay.
you have to
So they
draw
want to ask you
perfect.
nothing about short run.
Right. They could. If they ask you about short run, they would tell you specifically if they want to see surplus, normal profits or losses.
So in the short run, you could draw any one of them in the short run
Yeah.
based on the market structure.
Yeah. So in the market
Okay.
structure, it could be anyone, and they would tell you which one.
Okay, whether
In
it's
the,
short run or long run.
yeah, in the long run, for perfect competition and monopolistic, it will only be normal profits. For oligopolies and monopolies, it will only be supernormal profits. Unless
So
they
what
tell you
what
otherwise.
what could come in the short run? So only perfect?
All could come in the short run. So they could bring perfect, monopolistic, oligopolies, or monopolies in the short run. These three would
So
be,
anyhow they ask you to draw it is the same way. It's just you
yeah,
have to know which market structure.
yeah.
So if they say draw a label diagram to illustrate the short run equilibrium of the firm, we drawing this one below here.
If they say draw a perfect competition diagram to show what? They wouldn't say ask anything about equilibrium. They would ask you
Okay.
to show supernormal profits, normal profits, or losses.
In the short run.
Yeah,
And is this here we drawing? If
yeah.
it's the perfect.
If it's perfect, it's the one below here you're drawing. And the average cost will be based on what they ask. If they ask for supernormal profits, the average cost will be lower than the average revenue. If it's
So
normal profits,
so if they're talking about, let's say they're talking about a monopolistic competition, market structure in the short run.
Then they would be specific. They would tell you to draw supernormal profits or normal profits or losses. They would tell you.
Yeah, but no, what I'm asking is which diagram we working with?
As the first one. So this first one here is for oligopolies, monopolies, and monopolistic.
Okay. So
That's
the
for
only
all three.
one, right? The perfect one is this one always, no matter whether it's lost.
Yeah.
Right.
The perfect one is the
Now
one
what I
below.
want to- Right.
Right.
So can you explain what the first one is for? Oligopolies, monopolies, and just
And
monopolistic?
so,
Okay, so see now me alone,
yeah.
sir.
So the first one is for imperfect competition, right? The only one
Yes,
that's
sir.
perfect competition is perfect competition. All the other market structures will be imperfect. So this first one here is for oligopolies, monopolistic competition, and monopolies.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right.
On the top was fire for long run
Mm-hmm. Right.
for perfect competition. So in the short run, what is can gain
In the short
losses?
run, it can make any. The question will tell you. So in the short run, it could be normal profits, supernormal profits, or losses. They will tell you which one. Right? And then in the long run, it's only normal profits for perfect competition and monopolistic. For oligopolies and monopolies, it's supernormal profits, right? Anybody can remember why in the long run is normal profits for perfect competition and monopolistic competition? Mm-hmm.
So is
Crickets.
it because there's no barriers to entry?
That is partially why. That is actually the main reason why. That's the first part. So because there's no barriers to entry, people could enter and leave the market at will, right? So if it was making supernormal profits in the short run, what do you think will happen in the long run? You think people will enter the market or leave the market?
Enter the
People
market.
enter the
Enter the
market.
market. It's because they're seeing people making all this profit.
Market will get oversaturated.
Exactly. People will enter the market, it will become oversaturated, and the profits will have to spread among the extra firms that just join the market. So the profits will drop from being supernormal to normal. And when it reach normal, people will stop entering the market. But what if they were making a loss in the short run? What do you think will happen in the long run?
They will make a normal profit.
Would people enter the market or leave it if they were making losses in the short run? They will leave it,
People will
right?
leave the market.
Right. And when they leave the market, the people that remain will have more profits to share up among themselves. So eventually, they will stop making losses and they will start making normal profits. And when they start making normal profits, people would stop leaving the market. The thing with oligopolies and monopolies is because most times, although they are capable of making losses, normal profits, and supernormal profits, most times they make supernormal profits in the short run because of the lack of competition. And then in the long run, because they have barriers, they don't have to worry about competition entering the market to reduce the amount of profits they're making. So they get to make their supernormal profits in the long run. In the short run, because they have high startup costs and stuff like that, it's possible for them to make normal profits, losses, or supernormal. But in the long run, they no longer have these startup costs because they would have paid that already, and they have the barriers to stop competition from entering. So they make supernormal profits in the long run. The question could ask you to explain it. You don't have to say it exactly how I said it. Just say it in your own words. For perfect competition and monopolistic competition, there's no barriers. So if they're making losses, people would leave the industry. Until the people that remain, they're making normal profits. If they're making supernormal profits, in the long run, people will enter the industry until the profits spread amongst everyone and it reduces from supernormal profits to normal profits. For monopolies and oligopolies, in the long run, they would no longer have any high startup costs because they would have already started, and then they would have the barriers to stop competitors from entering. So they would be able to enjoy their supernormal profits. Right? They could ask you to explain it. You just put it in your own words as best as you could. Alright, I'm moving on. If you don't mind, because I'm watching the time. Discuss two ways in which barriers to entry could determine an existing firm's long-run equilibrium position. That is literally what we just spoke about.
Mhm.
That is literally what now explaining to you. That is exactly that. Alright, let's look at 2021. And then we'll start the macro. And then we'll look at the AI paper. Right. 2021.
So somebody say econ harder.
Yeah, I see that.
And I see the next person who say econ harder too.
All right. Well, don't worry. After tomorrow, I lie. I was going to say after tomorrow, you don't have to worry about econ, but it's still a paper one. After this month, you don't have to worry about econ.
If I want is the least, like really.
Yeah. We can mash up, we can mash up that. What is the law of demand, Shaniqua?
And mm, okay. The lovely man says that as price increase,
Mm-hmm.
demand decrease.
Right. And as price decrease, demand increase. Thank you. What is the law of supply, Trisara?
Um, when demand is high, supply will be high.
When price increase, what happens to supply?
Increase.
Decrease.
No increase. So when price increase, supply increases. When price decrease, supply decreases. Think about it, right? If people were willing to pay $1,000 a month for classes, how much students you feel I was gonna have? I was going real market. If people willing to pay 1,000, I were real students. And not just that, it'll have more teachers on the market as well teaching
That's
because
what
the
leads to
price
law.
increase. If the price was less, let's say the price is $20, it would have way less teachers that would be willing to supply because the price is so low.
So, $1,000 per class is actually reasonable in Jamaica.
In Jamaica, that would be reasonable. But if it's 1,000
That's
US, that'll be a
So,
different
unless that
story.
includes CXC fee plus evening class and for the year, yeah.
You'll pay 1,000 US?
No, but they
Oh.
will pay it.
And I'm going to tell you, offer some classes here privately after. All right. Identify
I
two
told you it's
determinants.
original.
Say that again.
You said something about US?
I was just an example. I was saying if the price for classes is 1,000 US, then it will have a lot of teachers on the market. So
Oh,
the
okay.
supply would increase. But if the price had dropped to like $10 or $5, there would be a lot less teachers. So the supply would decrease.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, so as price increases, supply increases. As price decreases, supply decreases.
All right.
All right, the ask identify two determinants of supply. So besides price, give me two determinants of supply.
Raw material, cost of raw material,
All right,
and raw material available.
all right. The
Waiting.
profitability, availability of
Skills and
technique.
expertise,
Right,
tax and subsidies.
right,
Quality of material.
right. So you know the thing. Then it's explain. So I want you to see that difference. Identify it. I didn't have to use full sentences. Explain, you have to go into detail. is 4 determinants. This would probably be 8 marks, right? Explain could be 3 markers as well, but because it's 4 things they're asking for, they wouldn't make this a 12 marker. So this would probably be 8 marks here. But you have to go into detail. So I can't just say level of income. I have to explain how income could affect demand. So if your income increases, your demand would most likely increase. If your income decreases, demand will most likely decrease. I have to explain how the bandwagon effect occurs. When a large amount of persons buying items, people tend to follow the crowd and they would purchase the item as well. The price of other goods. So if the price of a substitute good increases, most likely the demand of the current good will increase as well, and vice versa. If the price of a complementary good increases, then the demand for the current good will decrease, and vice versa. Every determinant of demand you have to explain how it would affect demand. Because they said explain. So if it did what we did here and just list it out, you would get 4 out of 8 marks. And we greedy. We want all our marks. So if they say explain the thing. Alright, you could talk about personal taste, you could talk about the quality of the goods, whatever you want to talk about, just make sure and explain it. Yeah? I'll take the silence to mean, yes, sir, you so smart. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Then they say, a small shop reduced the price of vanilla ice cream from 80 cents to 70 cents last month. As a result, the quantity of chocolate ice cream demanded decreased from 120 to 100. Calculate the cross elasticity of demand between vanilla ice cream and chocolate ice cream. Too much times we lose marks on elasticity. If a elasticity question comes tomorrow, or they get to know their full marks, huh?
Yes,
It's
sir.
change in the percentage change in demand over percentage change in price. It's always demand over the money. If it's price elasticity of demand, it's change in demand over change in price. Income elasticity of demand, change in demand over income is always demand over the money. Cross elasticity of demand is the change in demand of one good over the change in price in the next good. The percentage change, sorry. So let's calculate it. I'm not going to scroll down to the answer. We're going to calculate it here, right? So let's calculate the percentage change in demand first. It went from 120 to 100. Did it increase or decrease?
Decrease.
Decrease by how much?
20.
So that's negative 20, right? So we did negative 20 over the original demand, which is how much? What was the original
120.
demand?
120.
120 was the original one. Multiply by 100. And that will give us how much?
Negative 6.6.
Negative 6.6?
16.6.
16.6, yeah. So it'll be 100 divided by 6. That will give us negative 16.6%, right? Let's do price now. It went from 80 to 70. Did it increase or decrease?
Decrease.
By how much?
10.
10 cents, right? So it'll be negative because it decreased. 10 cents divided by the
Over
original
80.
amount. What is the original amount?
80 cents.
80 cents. Multiply by 100. And that'll give us how much?
12.5.
Negative 12.5.
Negative 12.5%. Now I'm going to take the percentage change in demand and divided by the percentage change in price of the next good. So 16.67% divided by 12.5.
1.33.
1.33. And it's positive
1.33.
because a negative and a negative gives you a positive.
Positive.
Well, you're not getting that wrong, huh?
So
If
we
that
just have to
come
look to
tomorrow.
see if they ask us to do cost, price elasticity, or if it's supply, or if it's income or whatever.
You have to read the question, and sometimes they will tell you. So like in this instance, they say cross price elasticity, right? But sometimes you have to just know. All right? Yes, shame. Man, about 6-7 in the chat. Oh yeah, sometimes you have to know if they explain the demand change due to a change in price, you have to know that it's price elasticity. If they say demand change due to a change in income, you have to know that's income elasticity. And in this case, demand for chocolate ice cream change due to a change in price of vanilla ice cream. So that's cross elasticity. Right? Now they ask, vanilla ice cream and chocolate ice cream are related goods. They don't mean cousins, huh? Identify the relationship between the two goods and give a reason for your answer. So, it could either be complementary goods or substitute goods. A substitute good is a good that you use in place of a next good. A complementary good is a good that you use with a next good. So, somebody, what brother and sister? Wow. So if I buy a printer and I buy ink, would that be a complementary good or a substitute good?
Complementary.
Mhm. If instead of peanut butter, I buy almond butter, is that complementary or substitute?
Substitute.
Substitute, correct. Right. So think about it. The price of peanut butter increases. Will the demand for almond butter increase or decrease?
Increase.
Increase. Right. So an increase in price cause an increase in demand, right? That is for substitute goods. Because we said peanut butter and almond butter were substitute goods. If the price of printers increase, would the demand for ink increase or decrease?
Decrease.
Mhm. So when price increase, demand decreases. That is complementary goods. So when it's substitute goods, the price of one good increasing would increase the demand of the next good. When it's complementary goods, the price of one good increasing would decrease the demand of the next good. And vice versa, right? In this case, the price decreased and that caused demand to decrease as well. Would that be complementary or substitute?
Substitute.
Substitute. So that means the price of vanilla decreased and the quantity of chocolate ice cream decreased as well. That means that they are substitute goods. Once they move in the same direction, i.e. the positive, it's a substitute good. When you're moving in different directions, so when one price increase, the next decrease and so forth, then it's complementary. That was number 3 or number 2? That was number 1. Hey, elasticity in number 1, boy. Number 2, what's capital?
It's not.
Capital is anything that is used in the process. Any machinery or finance that is used in the production process. Sorry.
Or you can see the man-made goods, right? The reason why I say man-made, because money is also man-made, huh? Man-made resources used to produce goods and services. What is entrepreneurial talent?
Is it the talent of combining all the other factors of production
service.
to make a good?
All right, I barely heard you all, but I think you all were correct. Is the ability to combine the other three factors of production to create a good or service. I think that is what you all said.
Yes.
So you all are correct,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Somebody asked why these parts have so many parts. They say I identify the two main sectors of the economy. Identify two of the main sectors of the economy. They talk about primary, secondary, and
Secondary,
tertiary.
tertiary.
Then rent for the factory space of a manufacturing firm is decreasing. Explain how each of the following four production costs of the firm will be affected. How would rent decreasing affect variable costs?
It
It
wouldn't.
was not.
It
It
wouldn't.
would not exactly, because rent is a fixed cost. So if your landlord decide to reduce your rent, it's not going to affect your variable cost at all. But how would it affect your total cost?
The total cost would decrease because the variable cost decreased. The fixed cost decreased.
Because fixed cost is part of total cost. So if your fixed cost decreases, it means your total cost is decreasing as well. Very good. Good job. Let's see. So the public and private and sectors. All right. So somebody asked if public and private and sectors of the economy, right? This was a problem that a lot of people had with that question because it was vague. Public and private are sectors of the economy. The financial sector is a sector of the economy. So it was very poorly stated, right? So I can't tell you you're wrong if you say public and private. It was really poorly, but then again it's sexy, so what do you expect? I'm saying that with my chest. Average total cost. Would a change in fixed cost affect it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But
Yes.
sort of
If it's
fixed cost
affecting
doesn't
it,
change.
right. If it's affecting your total cost, it would affect your average total cost. Your total cost is just the average total cost is just your total cost per unit. So if your total cost decreases, your total cost per unit decreases as well. Right?
Yes, sir.
And then the last one is marginal cost. Would marginal cost be affected?
No, I don't think so.
No, it won't, right? Because the marginal cost is the cost of producing one additional unit. The only thing that increases as they produce additional units is a variable cost.
Variable cost.
Because the fixed cost stays the same. So it actually would not affect the marginal cost at all.
So you can really explain how it would affect the average total cost? How it would affect the average total cost, right?
The average total cost is your total cost per unit, right? So let's say your total cost is 100 and your total units is equal to 20. Your total units is equal to 10. Your average total cost will be 100 divided by 10, right? Will equal 100 divided by 10 units, which will equal $10, right? If your total cost decreases, say your total cost is now 50, your average total cost will now be 50 divided by the 10 units, which is how much?
5.
5. So if your total cost decreases, automatically your average total cost also decreases. You understand?
So,
Right. The total cost and average total cost are both made up of fixed costs and variable costs. But it would not affect your marginal cost because the only thing that changes, remember your marginal cost, is the cost to produce one additional unit. The only thing that changes when you produce an additional unit is your variable cost, because fixed cost stays the same. So rent, which is a fixed cost, that changing will not affect your marginal cost. Your cost to produce one additional unit will still be the same, because it's solely based on your variable cost. Let me show you an example, right? Let's say your 10th unit costs $50 to produce, and a 11th unit costs $55 to produce. What's your marginal cost?
$5.
Marginal cost equal $5. Now let's say your rent decreased by 10. So in both instances, your fixed cost decreased by 10.
15.
So your 10th unit now costs $40 to produce, and the 11th unit now costs $45 to produce. What's the marginal cost?
$5.
Did it change?
No.
No.
Right. A change in a fixed cost will not affect marginal cost.
So I still don't understand how fixed costs would not affect your average total.
It does affect it.
Well, I don't understand how it affects.
You don't understand how it affects it?
No, sir.
What makes up your total cost?
The fixed
Yeah,
cost plus the variable
but
cost.
the variable cost.
What do you think makes up your average total cost?
The total cost and the variable cost.
No. Your average total cost is your total cost per unit, right? Which is your fixed cost per unit plus a variable cost per unit. So if your variable cost decreases, that means your variable cost per unit decreases. So your average total cost will decrease. Another way to look at it is your average total cost Your average total cost is total cost divided by total units, right? That's how you calculate it. You understand how total cost will be affected, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if total cost is being affected, that means this total cost is also being affected. Once this is changing, the average total cost will change as well. If your total cost was 10 and your total units was 2, 10 divided by 2 is how much? 10 divided by 2 is 5, right?
Yes, sir.
Alright,
Yes,
so if
sir.
your total cost changed from 10 to 8, and it's now 8 divided by 2, how much is the average total cost?
$4.
So it changes. And so once your total cost is changing, your average total cost will change as well. They are basically the same thing. This is total cost, and this is total cost, but per unit. It's practically the same thing. So anything that affects total cost will automatically affect average total cost. Alright, let's go on to this part here. They say an economics teacher is teaching his students the concept of cost curves. The teacher calculated that cost incurred by a small firm that sold only 5 pair of shoes in the past week. She finds that the firm's fixed cost is $10 and its variable cost is $50 to make the first pair of shoes. Using this information provided, draw a clearly labeled diagram to show fixed costs, variable cost, and total cost. So I have it drawn here, but I'm going to draw it again for you all to see me doing it in the process, right? Boom. We have price. You have quantity. All they want me to draw is the first shoe. So I just need one quantity. Two. I just need 0 and 1. That's all I need, right? For cost, 30, 40, 30, 20, 10. Right. So I'm going to plot my graphs first. Fixed cost. Does fixed cost change at all?
No, sir.
No.
So I'm going to plot my graph. Fixed cost is $10. When my quantity is 0, how much will my fixed cost be?
10.
So I'm going to put a point in where quantity is 0 and the price is 10. When quantity is 1, how much will my fixed cost be?
10.
10.
So I'm putting a point where quantity is 1 and price is 10. And then I draw my straight line. Well, pretend that's straight. And that will be my fixed cost.
So, sir, the fixed cost as well is going to be a straight line.
Yes.
Okay.
Variable cost now. My variable cost is $50 per unit. So when my quantity is 0, how much will my variable cost be?
50.
Say it with your chest. 0. 50 by 0 is 0. When my quantity is 1, because that's what they want me to show her, what my variable cost is when quantity is 1.
50.
When quantity is 1, it will be 50, right? Because they said variable cost is 50. 50 by 1 is 50. So draw a point in line with quantity 1 and 50 for price. And then I draw my line. Boom. And that's my variable cost.
So how long is our exam?
How long? 2 hours.
Flat 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your total cost now. When quantity is 0, what will my total cost be?
10.
Right. Very good. Because remember, your total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost. When your quantity is 0, your variable cost is 0, but your fixed cost is still 10. So I will draw my first point here in line with 0 and 10 for my total cost. When quantity is 1, what is my total cost?
60.
60. The fixed cost plus the variable cost, 50 plus 10. So for 1, I will put a point in line with 1 for quantity and 60 for price. And then I will draw my graph. And that will be my total cost. So that's how I got it. Alright, so your total cost, when quantity is 0, your total cost is equal to your fixed cost. Always remember that.
So if they had said $20, you go up to 20.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Number 3 now. Our last micro question for the day before we do the AI paper. Define each of the following terms. Market structure.
So that's the way the market
As the
organizes.
characteristics of the market.
Right. Characteristics of the market. And if you could remember, you could say based on the number of buyers and sellers,
The level
The type of goods they sell.
the type of goods, the control over price, and the barriers to entry and exit. And we can remember those, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Type of product, the number of buyers and sellers, control over price, and the barriers to entry and exit. Market failure.
that's
Market
when the economy is not providing for using the resources properly or inefficiently.
not using it efficiently to satisfy wants and needs. Very good. Right, leading to satisfaction not being maximized. Very good. Identify two market structures characterized by many sellers.
Monopolistic.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Don't all of them have many sellers?
Perfect competition and monopolistic competition. Correct. The other few sellers, oligopoly, one seller, monopoly. Mhm. Then it said, explain, so there's a market failure question. Explain why each of the following are considered to be causes of market failure. Externalities. What are the two types of externalities you could have?
Positive and negative.
Positive and negative.
Which one you want more of?
Positive.
And which one you want less of?
Negative.
Negative.
So market failure would occur when?
There is too much negative.
They have too much
Negative
negative externalities.
externalities over positive externalities.
Exactly. Alright, so you explain what externalities are, the impact it has on the impact that purchases have on third parties. Talk about wanting more positive externalities and less negative externalities, right? How much marks this is? 4 marks. So you could even explain what
The positive and the negative.
yeah, explain what positive externalities are, what negative externalities are, and then say too much negative or too little positive could lead to market failure because it will reduce the social benefit, right? Public goods. What's the problem with public goods again? What is called the term?
They're not
Riders.
The free
Free
riders.
riders.
I know some free riders who try to hand up SVAs, but I ain't gonna call no names. None of them here in this class at least though.
Oh, God.
I ain't gonna call no names. But yes, that's the problem with
So
free riders, right? Yeah?
if you have a SB of 36 out of 40,
That's real good. That is 18%. That is a
right?
real good start.
So how much I have to get from people too?
Alright, so let's see, right? So I anticipate that we're gonna mash up paper one, right? But
Yeah.
let's say CXC decides to bring completely new questions. Because from what I heard, January had a lot of new questions, right? So let's say CXC brings some new questions and we get a difficulty. Let's say we get 40 out of 60 in the paper one, right? That would be 20%. 20 plus 18 is 38%. Here, paper 2 is worth 50%. If you get 12 out of that 50%, you get your pass. Exactly. Can you think you can get 12 out of 50%?
No, get more than that, sir.
You're getting more than that, exactly. Or you're worried for nothing. Or you're worried for
Just it's
nothing.
still getting crazy sometimes, so.
Don't worry. You are safe.
Bally,
Right? And I tell you, now we're gonna mash up paper one. We're gonna do
So
about
we didn't have
6 or
January
7.
paper.
What's that?
We didn't have a January paper for econ, so.
No, it's not a Jan paper speak on it. We'll do
But
about
they said the
6 or
social
7
study only
paper
had
one.
8.
And some, what's that?
They said the social study only had about 8 or 6 new questions for the social.
I heard POA had a few.
POA paper one gone already?
No,
No.
I mean, in January, it had a few new questions.
Oh.
But don't worry, we go mash up paper one because what I plan to do We'll do about 6 or 7 past papers, paper 1.
And you can make up some questions.
And then we'll do some AI generated questions.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Don't worry.
Okay, Jesus.
Safe. All right. Zero economic profit. This is normal profit, right? Is a characteristic of a certain type of market structure. For instance, the local carrot are stopping there. What market structure is that? That's selling carrots.
Perfect
Perfect competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I never hear about a brand name carrot before. I eat any Nike carrots. I never heard that before, right? So all carrots are the same, perfect competition. Right. For instance, the local carrot industry sells 100 pounds of carrots at $2 per pound. The local carrot industry has many buyers and sellers. Using this information given, complete the diagram below by including the price of and cost curves. Right, so they want us to draw perfect competition showing normal profits. Remember, perfect competition is the only one with the horizontal demand curve. So I have it drawn here, but I'm going to draw it. I have it drawn showing the different type. If they had asked for supernormal profits and losses, what would that look like? But we're going to answer the question here. We have this price, quantity. Our demand curve under perfect competition would be a horizontal line. Boom. And this will be our demand curve. And it will also be equal to what? What will this also be equal to? Anybody? Average revenue and what else?
Equal marginal revenue.
Marginal cost.
And marginal revenue.
Marginal revenue.
It will be equal to all the revenues. Right? Then I will draw my marginal cost curve. Right? And we operate where marginal cost and marginal revenue are equal.
So you not put it $2 and 100. You don't need to do that?
No, I just showing you. I'll go down to the proper answer after.
Okay.
Right. For us to have normal profits, my average cost needs to be equal to my average revenue at this point where marginal cost and marginal revenue meet. So I would draw my average cost curve like this. Or something like that, right? To show that the average cost and average revenue are equal. So down here now, yeah?
Before you go further. Oh, what clue is there for us to know, for me to know, is the perfect competition you're talking about?
Because they said it have many buyers and sellers, and it's carrots they're selling. Carrots are homogeneous.
Oh, because many buyers and sellers could say monopolistic as well.
Yep, but they have carrots. It's the carrots that sell it out. That is why when I was reading it, and I said local carrots, and I stopped, and I said, I'm stopping right there.
Asking about that the other night.
Yeah, I remember that. But that is why when I reach carrots, I stop one time and I say, right, what type of market structure is this? Because only one market structure would sell carrots, because it's a homogeneous product completely, and that is perfect competition. And it have many buyers and sellers. Alright, so now I'm gonna come down here now. So when the price is $2, that's where they said it's $2 per pound. So I draw my demand curve there. So this $2 is my average revenue and my marginal revenue. I drew my marginal cost curve. And at the point, they said they're selling 100 pounds of carrots. So I make sure that my average revenue, my marginal revenue and my marginal cost curve were meeting at that point. Because that is where they're producing. And then to show that it was normal profits, I draw my average cost curve here at that point equaling average revenue. Now, which one of these would be a loss? AC2 or AC3? Which one of them
AC2.
shows loss?
AC2.
AC2.
AC2. And which one shows supernormal profit?
AC2.
AC3.
AC3.
AC3. Exactly.
But so another thing again. How did you know how did you know
To normal profits?
if it's normal yeah.
They said zero economic profits. Zero economic profits is the same as
It's the
normal
same as normal
profits.
profits.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
They ask, explain why there are zero normal profits in the local carrot industry. All right. So that is what the same thing I was telling you all about, right? If they were making abnormal profits in the short run, in the long run, more firms will enter the market, which will drop the profits to normal. If losses are made in the short run, in the long run, firms would leave the market until the remaining firms are making normal profits. It's the same thing I was explaining to you all before. All right, they can't ask you to explain it. All right, and that is it for all of our micro questions. For now, I'm already seeing that we are going to go past 10 o'clock. 1 hour from now, because it's 8:30, looking like 11 o'clock. Is it okay with
Anybody
you
have
all?
chemistry in the morning? Anybody have chemistry?
Nobody have chemistry, right? Anybody doing the
Yes, sir.
weird combination of econ and chemistry? Good. That'll be an interesting combo. All right, so we're gonna pause now. We just take a 10 minutes. 8:45. You resume at 8:45 and we'll start hitting macros. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, macro time. Starting off with 2025. Number 4. State 3 characteristics of Caribbean economies. We all live in the Caribbean. What are some characteristics?
We have a
Rich in oil and gas.
A lot of natural resources. What else? What about tourism? We have a large tourism sector. Yeah?
Yes.
Do we manufacture a lot of goods? Or are we? No. All right. We have small market size. Not. There were a few things we could see, right? Then they ask, 3 challenges. What are some challenges we face as Caribbean countries?
High unemployment.
All right.
Not as technologically advanced as other countries or developed as other countries.
Say that again. Say that again.
Me?
Yeah.
Not as developed as other countries in America and stuff like that.
All right. A gentleman was saying something just now.
So informal sector, a large amount.
Oh, yeah. We have a large informal sector. We also
depends
get it.
on we depend on import more than export.
Speaking of, we have a large amount of brain drain.
Lack of experienced workers.
Yeah. Limited industries.
Lack of specialized education.
I wouldn't say that anymore. But according to how you word it, you can get the mark. We have brain drain, for sure. Some of our countries have really high debt.
AKA Jamaica.
I wasn't going to say Jamaica. I wasn't going to call any names. Oh, yes, Jamaica. We don't have the infrastructure to be large manufacturers. Natural disasters could hurt us a lot because of our dependence on tourism and natural resources. It's difficult for us to compete with larger countries or larger economies.
So would limited land space be one?
Yeah. Discuss how transactionary motive will impact demand when workers receive bonuses on Christmas. Do you all know what transactionary motive is?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The motive for wanting money, right? To buy things. How would that affect the demand? How?
So they will shop a lot.
So they want the
profit
bonus.
So they will shop a lot.
So you could buy stuff like gifts and expenses and stuff like that, right?
Renovate their homes.
Exactly.
Curtains.
Buy Bally's premium punchacram and export it to the various countries. Stuff like that. Nice. What about speculative motive? They predict that there will be a
hurricane, storm,
they predict there will be a stock market crash. So specifically on that. If the experts predict that there will be a stock market crash.
So most people withdraw their money from the stock market or sell off stocks.
Right. But they definitely wouldn't buy any, right? So they would sell their stock and they wouldn't buy any additional. It's a good job so far. See what I did at the start of every one, I defined it first, and then I related it to the question. So I spoke about what transactional motive is, and then I explained how it relates to the workers receiving bonus before Christmas. I explained what speculative motive is, and then I explain how it relates to the stock market crashing. Then they said table 1 below shows the economic activities of country X. Use the information in the table to answer the questions that follow. They want us to calculate not GDP, but GNP.
Jesus.
What is GNP again?
Gross national product.
No, what does it mean? The total value of what?
The total value of goods and services produced by a country.
By a country, correct. Not in a country, but by a country or by a country's citizens, right? All right, somebody asked me to go over speculative motive. Speculative motive is the demand for money because they speculate or believe that something is going to happen in the future. All right, so because they expect that something negative or positive is happening, it will cause you to want to hold on to money longer, hold on to liquid money. All right, so gross national product is the total value of goods and services produced by a country's citizens. So what we're gonna do is calculate our GDP first, gross domestic product, which is the total value of goods and services produced within a country's borders, right? We're gonna use the expenditure method. What method are we going to use?
Expenditure.
This it.
I said expenditure.
Yeah, this it. Which will be what?
CIG.
CI. X minus M.
Right. SIG, right?
So hold on.
Yeah.
So the GDP and the GNP is the same method?
No,
Same
no, it's
formula?
not. It's not. It's not. I'm gonna show you. This just the start. So you're gonna
Okay.
calculate that first, right? Which will be our consumption, our investment, our government spending, and our net exports, which is exports minus imports. But you see, the consumption will include foreign net receipts of foreign residents domestically. Net income receipts, sorry. Should we include that? If they are foreign residents, would they be part of our GNP?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No, they won't.
Yeah.
GNP is the total value of goods and services produced by
Right.
a country's citizens. So if they are foreign, then they are not our citizens. So we have to subtract that, right? What about the net income receipts of domestic residents overseas? So people from our country, but they're in a next country. Do we have to add or
Yes.
subtract
Yes, we
that?
have to add
Yeah.
it.
We
Add
have
it.
to add that. So what we'll do, we'll calculate our GDP, and then we'll subtract this from it, and we'll add this to it. So it will be our C, 100,000, plus I, 50,000, plus G, 20,000, plus our net exports. Our net exports would be exports minus imports. So 30,000 minus 5,000, 25,000. And that will give us 195,000. Then we will minus this 2,000 because we don't want any foreign residents' money in it. And we're going to add the 7,000 from the residents overseas. And that's how we get the 200 mil here.
So what is the formula? What is the formula for this?
So it will vary based on what they give you, right? You just have to remember the gross national product is the total value of goods and services produced by a country's citizens. So you calculate your GDP, you subtract any income from foreign residents that are in the borders, because you don't want to count that, and you add any income from residents that are overseas.
So
Because
which is the
remember,
GDP, sir? Just C plus I plus G?
plus N plus net exports. C plus I plus G plus NX, which is in net exports. So it will be C, consumption, I,
plus G.
investments, G, government spending, plus in net exports. In net exports is the exports minus the imports. And that will give you a GDP. But that's the total value of goods and services produced within the borders of the country. Now, to get GNP, we have to, after we get the total value of goods and services produced within the border, we have to take away any of that was produced by foreign residents, people from other countries. Because GNP is only for the goods and services produced by our citizens. So we take away the foreign residents. And then if we have any citizens in other countries that producing goods and services, we have to add that as well. Which is why we add the net income receipts from domestic residents from overseas. So is it GDP? Add any income from domestic residents overseas minus any income from foreign residents domestically.
So which way to go first? So after you add your GDP, your GDP.
After you get GDP,
then you add your foreign residents.
You add your domestic residents overseas and
add
minus
domestic
your foreign
residents.
residents domestically.
Calculate GDP plus domestic loan. Those domestic residents.
Minus any foreign residents.
Minus foreign residents.
Who local. Here now, they say Jonah is a resident of country X who works in country B. Using table 1, identify the category from which his income should be placed. What is? He is a resident of country X who works in country B. So, he is from country X, but he's working in country B. What would he fall under?
Net income receipt of domestic residents.
So net.
Correct.
Net.
Net income receipts of domestic residents from overseas. Very good. See the impact of Jonah's income on GNP and GDP of country B. So, would it affect country B's GNP?
No.
No, because he's not a citizen of country B. Would it affect the GDP of country B?
Yes.
Yes, because he's within the borders of country B. So once you all understand the difference between GDP and GNP, you all can answer these questions. All right, so let's say gross domestic product. The total value of goods and services
produced within the country.
Right, produced within a country's borders, regardless of where the citizen is from. GNP, gross national product, is the total value of goods and services produced by a country's citizens, regardless of location. So Jonah is in country B, but he's from country X. Because he's not a citizen of country B, he cannot contribute to their gross national product. Only citizens of country B could contribute to the gross national product. But because he's within the borders of country B, he can contribute to the gross domestic product. Everybody understands, right? Everybody understands?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to get it because I find this look like new to me. I only knew about the GDP.
You don't know G, but you define GNP just now when you ask
Yeah, but I
the
didn't know
question.
how to calculate it. First time I've seen that one.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
But once you know this, you could calculate it. So your GNP would be your GDP minus any products created by foreigners in the country, plus any products created by locals in foreign countries.
Okay. I think I have it. That's just now.
So, what is it 3 ways you can calculate GDP again? Expenditure.
Income, expenditure, and output.
Income. Well, so somebody was telling me they learned to do the income expenditure by just adding the factors of the factor
of production.
Income.
All right, so that's the start. But then there's some adjustments that could happen as well, which I would have given you all.
Yes, I know you give us that, but they must tell me that other way, and I say no, they have it wrong.
No, that is not. No, that is the start of it. But you must include the adjustments. Right, so we just went through this. What is this? Impact of journals, GDP and GNP. Impact on GNP does not decrease. It's no impact on GNP. And GDP increases GDP. So it shouldn't say decrease, it should say no impact.
So what year was that paper?
Increase. Say that again?
What year was that paper?
This is 2025.
Okay.
And look at number 5 now. They ask the 3 components of balance of payments. As the numbers.
Current
Current is one.
account, capital account,
Capital
and
account
financial.
and financial account.
Yeah.
Capital account, the current account, and the financial account. Very good. Good start. Let's see what they ask next. Identify the concepts that relate to the following definitions.
CXC, what it is, so
The ratio between import and export price in the somebody joining. The ratio between import and export price indices. What that is?
oh gosh, what is it about this? Gosh, oh gosh, what is it again? This line alone.
Terms of trade.
Terms of trade. Yes, so terms of trade.
So is
Somebody asking something?
so I got it.
Okay. When the payments into and out of the economy do not balance.
Balance of trade.
Say that again. Balance of
trade?
Balance of payment something.
Balance of payment deficit.
This equilibrium. When it's in balance, it's equilibrium. When it's not balanced, it's disequilibrium. So this will be balance of payments, disequilibrium. So once it balances, you have an equilibrium. When it doesn't balance, disequilibrium. A tax imposed on one country on goods and services imported from another.
Tariff.
A tariff.
Okay.
All right. Then they say describe 4 ways in which the Caribbean could benefit from preferential agreements with the European Union.
So they can get more goods for less.
Right.
They can also save money on imports.
What else?
It would be easier for them to trade.
It'd be easier for them to trade. All right. What else?
Spend less on imports.
All right. I think you didn't say that one already.
So this might be wrong, but investments.
I guess if you explain it, it could work. All right. So preferential agreements is basically trade arrangements between countries for certain goods, right? So they'll be given like lower tariffs or no tariffs at all compared to the standard tariffs applied for other trading partners, right?
Oh, okay.
So benefit from that, you have a larger market.
But it could
And you have
increase like
reduced.
foreign earnings.
Yeah. So that's you get you have a chance to develop new industries.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Access to new goods will count as well?
Yes. You get to strengthen relationships and strengthen regional integration.
Well, like social studies, they know.
Mm-hmm.
So
It could get
grants.
access to
What about
grants
grants?
and aids from the European
Okay.
Union because
Okay.
it'd be in business with them. A lot of stuff they do in social studies, let's come in macroeconomics.
Yeah, that asks us why is GDP in social studies?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Figure 3 shows a graph of the market for US dollars in a country with a floating exchange rate regime. Anybody could tell me what a floating exchange rate is?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Can anybody tell me what a floating exchange rate is?
That's something to do with the
When it
US
depends on
exchange
other
rate.
currencies.
It depends on what?
So is it when it depends on other currencies, the value of other currency?
It depends on solely on demand and supply for the currency. All right, that's what the exchange rate depends solely on the demand and supply. So it's not affected really by the government or by the central bank intervention, but by demand and supply for the currency. So if demand increases, the value increases. If demand decreases, the value decreases. Right? It's not pegged to anything. So let's take a look. All right, so it's all the supply. We see in demand for it is increasing, going from D1 to D2. Using the information from figure 3, explain whether the US dollar has appreciated or depreciated. Demand just increased. So what does that look like?
Depreciated.
Appreciate means increase in value. Depreciate means to decrease in value, right? If the demand just increased first, would that increase the value or decrease the value?
Appreciate.
Increase the value, right? All right. And increasing demand for the money means the value just increased. A decrease in demand means the value just decreased. So the demand moving from D1 to D2 shows that there was an increase in demand for the US dollar, which means the US dollar just appreciated in value. Briefly explain one factor that may have caused the shift in demand for US dollars. What could cause a increase in demand for the US dollar?
So the cost of the good
Hmm?
and increase in the cost of the good.
Yeah, or the increase in demand for goods and services in the US could lead to more people wanting US dollars to buy the goods and services. No, I see now. All right, somebody said decrease in the rate. This is the next good one. But that will increase the demand for the dollar, but remember, appreciating value means it going up in value. Right. So you see transactionary motive, right? So more people want the products in the country, or more people want to go there for vacation, or they want to experience some service. Maybe it have what's called it again, boy? Super Bowl. So it have more people coming to the country. It will increase the demand for the dollar.
So I never really hear Trinidad and went over in the US to go Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. Very few. There are people
US
from other
people just want
countries
to
that
come
just
down
go
here to
though. There are people from other countries that just go, but it's hardly
Hmm.
here Caribbeans going.
Sir, because Caribbean people play football every single day, especially on Sunday.
Okay. Real football, not American handball. I don't know why they call it football. They play most of it with their hand. Somebody
But
thought
then
the
let's call it
speculative motive
soccer.
could work. It could. World Cup. They having World Cup in US, yeah. Now that would draw people.
So, but we going away watching it on TV.
Mhm. State three characters. We didn't just do this? Yeah, the same paper. Man, this is 2024 now. Study the economic concepts given below and answer the questions that follow. I'm gonna get this without the answer. 1 second. Alright, so they say read each of the following and answer the correct economic concept from the list provided above. At all transactions of a country with the rest of the world. Which one of
Balance of payment.
balance of payments?
Payment.
Right, all right. A system used by the central bank to set up and manage a country's currency in relation to other currencies.
Exchange rate remedy.
Exchange rate regime, good. A country's insurance against unfavorable changes in the economy.
Net international reserves.
Good, that's 3 for 3. A limit placed on import and export of a specific product for a good. Quota, good. A common set of charges imposed by a group of countries on imports from non-member countries.
Common external
Tariff, correct. And the difference between the value of exports and value of imports of a country in a given
Balance
period
of
of
trade.
time. Balance of trade.
Balance of trade.
All right, let's go back. Explain how each of the following remedies, I could always just flip back and forth. Explain how the following remedies can reduce balance of payment deficits in a country. Currency devaluation. How can that reduce the balance of payment deficit? All right. So follow me.
Currency
All right?
devaluation is the decrease in the US dollar, right?
Decrease not in US dollar, in any currency.
In a
Decrease in
currency.
value of currency, right?
Right.
There'll be more exports in the country.
Yes. Why?
That
So
it pay less
because
for
the
exports.
value of the dollar, well, not the US dollar, but in general, the value of the dollar is cheaper. So, foreign persons would rather export from our country
Right.
because it's better than other countries, I guess.
All right. What else would occur? So exports will be cheaper. And what else?
Our
Imports will now become what?
expensive.
More expensive. So because our currency is less, foreigners can now afford more of our currency, which means they could buy more goods from us. So our exports would increase. But because our currency is less, importing goods now increase for us because international goods will now become more expensive for us. So our imports would decrease and our exports would increase. Is the ultimate fixer of balance of payments. But there's of course negative sides to it, right? Because you devalue our currency. People won't be happy. What about trade barriers? What are some trade barriers we could use?
Tariff.
tariffs,
Quota.
and quotas. And what would those do?
Well, quotas will limit the amount of stuff that comes into the country.
All right. And
And
tariffs
tariff would impose tax on imported goods.
all right, which would reduce the amount of goods people buy, right? Because now it's costing them more money. So both of them will be barriers. It would reduce the amount of imports. And simultaneously, now that they can't import, where would they buy their goods?
From domestic.
Locally.
Local, domestic, right? So it could help improve our local economy as well. That's a little extra to put in. What about import substitution?
They will have a wider selection of products to choose from.
You all know what import substitution is?
Substituting goods that you import. Substituting good for another good and you import.
All right, so you're substituting the
Like we
imported
just get
goods
to
with a domestically produced good. So if you substitute to import, the goods there is only import. If you substitute it with a domestically produced good, what would happen to your overall imports?
It will lessen.
It will decrease. So remember the whole point, right, of a balance of payment deficit is when your imports is greater than your exports. So to fix this, we need to either reduce imports or increase exports or both. So we could substitute our imports for things that we buying locally, we would now reduce our imports, which will help with our balance of payments deficit. What about export promotion? What does that sound like?
The advertising of
exported goods.
Exactly. So if you could increase the exports, that could help with your balance of payment deficit as well, right?
You say export more than you import.
All right. Remember, the deficit is when it imports is more than it exports. So we want to fix that by either reducing imports, increasing exports, or both. So export promotion could help increase the amount of exports we have, which could reduce the gap between imports and exports.
So I don't understand.
All right, so balance of payment deficit, right? Import substitution, you don't understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so instead of buying your stuff from Fashion Nova, you decide to buy from the local designer in Trinidad. When you buy from the local designer in Trinidad instead, the imports now decrease because you're no longer importing the goods from Fashion Nova.
Staying inside.
You're buying locally instead. So import substitution is substituting what you would normally buy from another country with something locally instead. So instead of importing the goods, you're buying something local.
So you're just giving a definition for that, or you're giving the definition in relation to the question, right?
No, that is the definition for import substitution. Buying something instead of
so you
buying
have to go back to
something.
the okay.
So
I get two
agriculture
ideas, at least
will
two
fall
rights.
under import substitution as well.
Say that again?
Will the agriculture industry fall underneath import
Instead
substitution?
of importing agricultural products, you buy locally.
Yeah.
That would be import substitution.
So what about the export promotion?
Export promotion is just promoting exports, trying to increase the amount of exports you have.
Oh.
I say just advertising the exports more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So to combat balance of payment deficit, you need to either reduce the imports, increase the exports, or both. All right. So see the value in the currency will decrease the value, causing imports to decrease as citizens can now afford less, and to also reduce the value of goods and services to foreign countries, causing them to export more. Trade barriers using tariffs and quotas will increase the cost of imports, which could decrease the number of imports, will also force citizens to buy locally, boosting local production, import substitution. Substitute imported goods with domestic goods will increase the overall imports. will decrease the overall imports. Export promotion, the government gives incentives to businesses to export more and also boost export revenue, by which will reduce the overall deficit. Now they have study table 2, which shows the balance of payments activities in country A and answer the following questions. I'm going to switch back. Calculate the value of the capital account. What they would have with which items there will relate to the capital account?
So export of goods and services and investment.
The goods and services would be the current account.
So
The
is
investments would be the capital account.
by local residents sent overseas on the local investment by nationals?
Right. How will we calculate it? So remember, it's exports minus imports, right? Or money coming in minus money going out. Which one will be money coming in?
The local investment by
Local investments by non-nationals. So non-nationals investing money into our country would be money coming in. So that would be 20. And investments by local residents sent overseas would be money going out. So it'll be 20 minus 100.
negative 80.
Negative 80. Right, 20 minus 100.
So I lost a little there.
Right, so we look a balance of payments. It adding the total money coming in and minusing the total of money going out, right?
Going out. Right, so that is the difference between import and export.
Right. So they're looking at the capital account. A capital account looks at investments, right? Looks at non-current assets. So we're looking at the local investments by non-nationals and the investments by local residents sent overseas. We're going to take the money coming in and minus the money going out from it. The money coming in would be local investments by non-nationals. Non-nationals investing money into our country would be money coming in. And when our local residents invest externally outside the country, that will be money going out. So our balance would be the 20 money coming in minus the 100 money going out, which would be negative 80.
Okay.
Then they ask us about the current account. The current account will look at our goods and services. Again, we're looking at money coming in. Looking at money coming in and minusing money going out. Which one of these would bring in money? Exports or imports? Exports. So the exports will be money coming in. So that would be 30. And what will be money going out? Imports, right? So it'll be 30, take away 90, which would be
negative 60.
Negative 60. All right.
So capital account.
Right. Then they say determine whether there's a balance or payment deficit or surplus. The first one was negative 80. The second one was negative 60. I think it's safe to say it's a deficit, right?
But so, what is the capital account?
The capital account looks at your investments in and out of the country.
The capital account is investments.
Yeah.
And current account
account looks at your goods and services.
Okay. The capital investment. Okay.
Right. So when you want to ask if it's a deficit or a surplus, I think we know. Definitely a deficit, right?
Yes, sir.
Negative 30, negative 60 plus negative 80 is negative 140. That means that deficit, right? Somebody asked what is
So go back down a little,
financial.
let me see something. So go back down a little, please, let me see something.
Go down.
Yeah, that way you're going. Go again, let me just see something. A little more down again. No, I think we go too far. You're going too fast. Yeah. No, oh gosh. It's a capital, no. So local investment by non-national miners, investment by local residents.
So when I say investment, right, I mean investment into non-financial assets. So you buy land, you buy equipment, machinery, patents, things like that, right? Current accounts look at trade. So that's goods and services, right? Physical and invisible goods and services, right? Your financial account looks at the investment into financial assets. So like you buy stocks and bonds, you loan somebody money, you buy currency, you deposit money in banks, stuff like that, right?
Okay.
Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Number 5. We're going in next. Switch. They want to know what fiscal policy is.
As a use of government spending
And what
revenue.
else?
And revenue. Tax.
Tax. Right.
Tax yeah.
To affect the economy, right? So the fiscal is using tax and government spending. What is monetary policy?
So how government controls the supply of money?
Using what?
Interest rates.
Interest rates,
And
right? So the
central
central bank using the interest rates and monetary policy. Well, oh gosh, and I'll go to repeat myself. Yes, regulations on the money supply and stuff like that, right? What's a recession?
A recession is a decline in the GDP of a country.
Right, a constant decline of GDP in a country, right? And what is a developed economy?
A developed economy is the economy that can sustain its citizens without much use of imports. Sorry.
Very, very good. That's a really good definition. Good job.
Some internet
Say that
and
again.
must get in trouble. Like,
Y'all hearing sir?
You
some
hear me?
internet has given. So my internet has given trouble. If you could repeat what you said.
All right. So fiscal policy, government using government spending and taxation to influence the economy. A recession is a constant economic decline. So it can't just be 1 month. Right? It has to be for a while, at least 2 quarters. A developed country or a developed economy, or economy with a high GDP, high standard of living, in developed infrastructure, high levels of technology. Somebody gave a really good definition just now. They said they could sustain themselves without much use of imports, which I found is really good. And then they asked, explain how each of the following factors can cause a recession. A rise in the exchange rate. Now remember, we just spoke about how decreasing the exchange rate could cause us to have more exports and less imports, right? Talk about a rise in the exchange rate now.
A
What in
rise,
that? Uh-huh.
a rise in the exchange rate would cause us to have less export but more import, which
Right.
can cause a recession in the economy.
Right. Explain how.
So because more citizens would buy imported goods more than exported goods, we will have a balance deficit.
Right, balance of payments deficit, right. So because our currency now increases, our exports are now more expensive, which will cause less people to buy our exports. But foreign goods will now be cheaper, which will cause more people to import, right? Which will lead to a balance of payments deficit, as I said, and the importing of goods will not improve our GDP. Our GDP could actually decline because of it, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. An increase in debt.
An increase in debt can cause a recession because the country may owe the World Bank or other country money which then they have to pay back instead of invested into resources.
Right. And you have to pay back with interest. Right? So this reduces government spending because now they have to focus on repaying the loan instead of focusing on improving the standard of living, affecting unemployment, all those different things, right?
Yes, sir.
Very good. High interest rates.
High interest rate can cause a recession in the economy because people won't be able to afford necessary items such as food, clothing, light bill, water, and it would cause a defeat in the economy.
All right, somebody just said what I was hoping to hear, the loans. Very good. So everything you said was correct. And it's because of that next part they spoke about as well, right? Loans will now become more expensive, right? So some people would not be able to take the loan. And even if they do take the loan, they'll have more interest rates to pay, which reduces their disposable income. It reduces the income they have available, right?
And leads to what's called
Now, well, eventually it will lead to a recession. Now they purchasing less goods and services. Businesses are making less money, so they're producing less product. The GDP decreases. If it happens consistently, it leads to a recession. Alright, so two things happen when you increase the interest rate. Your loans, cost of borrowing rises, and interest on savings increase, so people will save more and spend less. Once you're spending less, that means your GDP is going to decrease because people are buying less products and services. Once you're buying less products and services, it could lead to jobs being lost. It will lead to overall GDP declining because you have less goods being produced. And once it happens constantly, it will lead to a recession. Reduced real wages. I already showed. If your real wages reduce, your purchasing power decreases, which leads to a lower standard of living. It also leads to less goods and services being bought. Recession. I feel like you can answer questions like this if it came. I believe in you guys. Alright, let's go back to the blank one. Pennyville's labor market often experiences different types of unemployment. Unemployment question, easy. Identify the type of unemployment described by each of the following scenarios. First one, Kim lost her job as a cashier because the company implemented self-checkout for customers.
Technical.
Which one?
Technical.
Technical. It will be say that again?
Structural. Structural.
Structural, right.
Structural, sorry.
Structural, due to a change in the economy, right? They level up and try to get with the times. Patrick was laid off as a tourism worker due to the economic recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic.
frictional.
So, here, that is the chain up, right? They put tourism worker for you to think seasonal. But we didn't lose the job because the change in season. He lost the job because of the recession or because of an economic downturn. So that would be
Cyclical.
cyclical.
Cyclical or cyclical.
Correct.
So
It's
that is what
due.
it said again.
Oh, I thought somebody said seasonal.
No, I said cyclical.
All right, correct. Martin quits his job as a nurse and is looking for a new position.
Frictional.
Frictional.
Frictional. Correct. Ravi is not working since his job of picking oranges was finished when the summer ended.
Seasonal.
Seasonal. Nina is not working since she is unwilling to accept less than $1,000 from a restaurant who wants to pay her $900 to be a chef.
Real
Structure.
wage.
Real wage.
Real wage or voluntary, because she chooses not to have it. Kai just graduated and is looking for a job to match his new qualifications.
So
Frictional.
frictional.
That could be frictional or not unemployment because he now started looking for his job. But you could say frictional. And at the
Frictional.
end of it already? Oh,
Mhm.
yes, only 2 questions. What year is this? This is 2023. It's 10 o'clock already, guys. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. We might finish around 12-ish. Are you all okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't know who I was fooling when I say 4 to 10. I was fooling myself or what? Alright. Number 4, list 4 qualities of money.
Durable.
Divisible, portable.
Acceptable. Divisible, homogeneous, scarce, some kind of thing.
Right? Guys all there. Or you named all just now. Divisible, scarce, portable, durable, and homogeneous or uniform. Define the term financial sector.
So that thing that's been difficult to stick in my head, but so it's the
So
Uh,
it's a complete network of markets that participates with the household and business and government.
Is
I
any
can't get
part of
on.
is the sector of the economy that has businesses that offer any kind of service relating to money. Right? Any organizations that deal with any service relating to money. Then they said Anne goes to the commercial bank to withdraw money to buy a new dress. The price of the dress is $150. She also checks the amount she has saved towards buying a house in 5 years. She will need to take a loan to buy the house, which will repay in the future. Identify the 4 functions of money and state how Anne's actions relate to each of the 4 functions. So the first one, which one of these is a medium of exchange?
Buying the dress.
Right. Which one is a standard of deferred payment?
Pay
taking
later
out a loan.
Taking a
a
loan.
loan to buy the
Right.
house.
Which one is a unit of account? Or a measure of value, whichever one you want to call it.
Value of the dress.
Right. The price of the dress is $150. And what is store value?
Yeah,
The
money she save.
amount you had to repay in the future.
Store value is when she's saving the
No,
money.
how much she save there?
All right. Well, I write all 4 right there. Maryville and Somerville can both produce bananas, chips, and chocolate. Somerville uses less labor than Maryville to produce each of the goods. The opportunity cost in producing 1 unit of each good is listed below. I had one of these papers, I had an error on it, I wonder if it's this one. Either way, we'll fix it now. Put the error there. Right, so it have Somerville or Maryville banana chips. The opportunity cost is a third chocolate. For Somerville is 2. Chocolate, the opportunity cost is 3 banana chips. For Maryville, for Somerville is a half banana chip. All right, the first one, identify the country which has the comparative advantage in producing banana chips. What is comparative advantage?
When a country can produce more than another one at a lower opportunity cost.
Correct, at a lower opportunity cost. So when it comes to banana chips, which one has the lower opportunity cost? Maryville's banana chips, the opportunity cost is the third chocolate. Somerville, the opportunity cost is 2 chocolates. Who has the lower opportunity cost?
Maryville.
Maryville has the lower opportunity cost. Maryville only has 1/3 chocolate as the opportunity cost for banana chips. Somerville has 2 whole chocolates for opportunity cost. So Maryville has the comparative advantage. Remember, comparative advantage is being able to produce using less opportunity costs. So if we producing the same amount, but it costing me less in opportunity costs, then I have the comparative advantage. Right? Who has the comparative advantage in producing chocolate?
Somerville.
Alright, the Somerville, right? Because it costing Somerville half a banana chips, but Maryville 3 banana chips. Right, so I had those 2 correct. Identify the country that has absolute advantage on producing banana chips.
Maryville.
Why?
She produced more banana chips than Somerville. They had the same resources, but she produced more.
So let's see, right? Somerville uses less labor. So based on the top information, yeah, this is the one that have the error in it. I think I have Maryville here, but this is wrong, right? Let me explain why. Let me erase that one time. Based on the information on the first part, right? They said that Somerville uses less labor than Maryville to produce each product. All right? Since they're using less, that means they're most likely more efficient than Maryville, which means they would have the ability to produce more than Maryville using the same amount of resources. So for both banana chips and chocolate chips, Somerville would have the absolute advantage. So it should be Somerville for both of them.
To the scenario,
Yeah, they put the answer there to see if you'd have noticed it or not.
It's because
So Somerville would have the absolute advantage in both banana chips and chocolate. Right. Then it asks who should export banana chips. Between the two of them, who should export banana chips? Who has the lower opportunity cost? Who has the comparative advantage should be the one to produce it. Who has the comparative advantage? Maryville has the comparative advantage. Remember, Maryville has less opportunity costs for the banana chips. Oh gosh, I'm trying to underline it and I write it in white. That makes sense. Maryville has 1/3 chocolate opportunity cost, whereas Somerville opportunity cost is 2 whole chocolate. So Maryville has the lower opportunity cost. So Maryville should produce banana, and Somerville, because they have the comparative advantage in chocolate, they should produce chocolate. Alright, so to go over this. Comparative advantage is when you're able to produce goods having a lower opportunity cost. Absolute advantage is able to produce more goods than the other country.
Using the
Or
same
you're
resources.
using less resources to produce the same amount. Either definition is good. So in this case, when it comes to banana chips, Maryville's opportunity cost is 1/3 chocolate. Somerville's opportunity cost is 2 chocolates. Because Maryville's opportunity cost is less than Somerville's, Maryville has the comparative advantage. When it comes to the chocolate now, Maryville's opportunity cost is 3 banana chips. Somerville's is a half a banana chip. Somerville has less opportunity cost than Maryville, so Summer has the absolute advantage over chocolate. The comparative advantage, over chocolate. When it comes to the absolute advantage now, the absolute advantage is being able to produce more than the other country or being able to produce the same amount using less resources. And they said here that Somerville uses less labor than Maryville to produce each of the goods. This automatically gives Somerville the absolute advantage over Maryville for both products. Because that means, because they're using less labor, they could produce the same amount as Maryville using less resources. Labor is a resource. So now Somerville would have the absolute advantage on both banana chips and chocolate. So again, comparative advantage, being able to produce a good with less opportunity costs. Absolute advantage, being able to produce more of a good than another country, or being able to produce the same amount of goods with less resources. Right? That when they ask which one you should produce, you should produce the one you have the comparative advantage on. Right? So Maryville should produce banana chips first because it's costing them very little chocolate in exchange. And Somerville should produce chocolate first because it's costing them very little banana chips in exchange. So what would make sense is that Maryville produce banana chips and trade with Somerville for chocolate. Somerville produces chocolates and trade with Maryville for banana chips. It would just make sense. So if an absolute and a comparative advantage question comes, there's supposed to be food for all, you know, eh? Supposed to be food. 3 marks. But this would just sit down in an exam tomorrow, crossing your fingers, saying, go, please let comparative and absolute come, please. Alright? Let's move on to number 5. What does by mean?
2.
2. Multi.
Many.
Right.
3 or more.
3 or more. Yeah, 3 or more.
Right. So a bilateral agreement is an agreement between 2 countries. And a multilateral agreement is an agreement between 3 or more countries.
Countries.
If you put that, you get your marks. Right? Just for knowing the meaning of bi and multi. Then it says identify the term described by each of the following phrases. The the increase in a country's real output of goods and services over a period of time, usually 1 year. What do you think that is?
Economic
Outputs.
Economic
growth.
growth. Very good. A set of economic reforms that a country must adhere to in order to secure a loan. Who remembers what that is?
So is it the agreement of the World Bank or something like that?
Yeah, wait, have a certain name. Have a certain.
Conditionalities.
So
Conditionality.
there is another name for it as well. Why is it not coming to my head? Oh gosh.
Structural adjustment. Somebody say.
Yes. Thank you. Structural adjustment. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Somebody said
structural
structural
adjustment as well, right? I don't show it. A type of trade bloc or agreement between nations that allows products, labors, and technology to move freely across borders. That is a what? In case you didn't see it.
Economic integration.
Trade liberalization.
Close. A common market.
Oh yes.
CUMC.
So don't bring
Okay,
these again. So you'll try and get some maths in that one.
Then they say for each of the following scenarios, identify the type of unemployment. Again, Mary lost her job as a travel agent due to increased popularity of online booking websites.
Structural.
Structural. Oh, they want a solution as well. So they could provide training programs so she could probably learn how to use the same online booking
Computer and
websites.
stuff. Yeah, computer, whatever.
Right. Patrick was laid off from fast food restaurant when sales decreased because of an economic downturn.
Cyclical.
Cyclical. So the government will now have to do something to improve the economy, right? So it could be anything to improve the economy or anything to provide
Proper training,
a
proper
solution to the
training.
problems, anything to improve the economy to help pass through this economic downturn.
Yes, training and so yeah.
Or anything to assist the people who were laid off temporarily. And it's like increase.
Like what they giving COVID.
Yeah. So anything like that could work. Anything to boost the economy or anything to help out the person who lost the job. Explain how the existence of trade unions can lead to unemployment. Very good question.
So they asking for higher wages for employees.
Exactly. When they ask for higher wages and the employers give in and give the higher wages, in some instances, they're not able to sustain it. So they had the Lego workers, exactly. Wages get pushed too high. They have no choice but to let go some workers to manage the costs. So trade unions, who are actually supposed to be there to our welfare, could actually lead to unemployment.
Problems.
Right. Study the figure 3, which shows the circulatory. We take one break so far. 2 breaks. No, but we gotta take our next break after this. My apologies. Study the. I'm sure it's at least one person sleeping. Study figure 3, which shows the circular flow of income, and answer the questions below. Identify the type of flow from A to B. Label A and B.
Factor rewards.
So the firm will be giving factory rewards to the household. Household will be buying the goods and services. Fill any blanks below with the correct terms. Oh wait. Do I have this blank? This 2023. You know what? Let's look at it. Fill any blanks. An increase in income tax will cause the flow of spending to decrease because disposable income will decrease and households will buy less goods and services. Simple as that, right? I already show it. Explain how inflation affects the ability of households to purchase food. It decreases the value of their money and decreases the overall in So it's two ways I could look at it, right? You could look at it as inflation increases prices, which means you can now afford less, or it decreases the value of your money, which means you can now afford less. It's basically the same thing. And that's the end of the test. I will now give you all a break because it's 10 past 10. And I know I have all you here for a while. So take 10 minutes. Take 15.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Pick
That's
up
on the
yourself.
top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we'll continue, right?
Yes, sir. So 10:30?
10:25.
Okay.
So I've uploaded in DeepSeek the economic syllabus, just the content, as well as 5 past papers, right? 5 paper to past papers. 4, sorry. It is suspected that CXC is using AI. Who are they using, boy? No do put anybody. Using AI to create the CSEC examinations. We are unsure which AI we are using. Attached is the content of the economics syllabus.
So is the
Well as
possibility the exam paper again here is the exam again?
I don't know. You never might get similar questions. You never know. Let's see if they're not using AI. Maybe it wouldn't be anything at all. But if they are using AI, you might see something similar. We'll find out for sure. Attached is the content of the economic syllabus as well as 4 examples of paper 2 economics for CSEC examinations. Attempt to predict what CXC would use for their examinations in 2026, May, June, for the economics, paper 2, economics for CSEC examinations, if they are indeed using AI to create their exams. Follow same format as seen in the examinations uploaded, but do not repeat any questions exactly. This is for studying purposes. Include the answers for each question given. Let's see. First thing it asks is define the following terms: economics and opportunity costs. What is economics? Anybody?
So the social science that studies the behavior of firms and individuals using the
And how they make decisions using
Using
the
scarce resources.
right. What is opportunity cost?
Next best
Opportunity cost is
next
the
best
next best option, Pogon.
Very good. Then it said list two characteristics of land as a factor of production. I haven't seen a question like that in a while. Two characteristics of land. What are some
It's
characteristics of land?
limited.
Rent and
No, that rent is
The
the
factor
award, the reward. You want
It's limited.
it's limited supply and it's immobile. All right. It's a fixed supply, I should say, and immobile. Explain the differences between the short run and the long run.
Short run is when everything is variable, and in the long run you have a fixed cost.
No, it's other way around. Short
No.
run is when only raw materials and labor are variable. And in the long
All
run,
factors of production
all
is
factors of
fixed.
production are variable.
Fixed.
In the long run, all factors of production are variable. In the short
Variable.
run, short run, only raw material and labor are variable. Everything else is fixed. In the long run, all factors are variable. Don't know why I come out like that. The total fixed cost is 500. The variable cost for producing 10 units is 200. Calculate the average total cost of producing 10 units. So first thing you'll need to do is calculate total cost. If fixed cost is 500 and variable cost is 200, what will be the total cost?
700.
700. And if total cost is 700, and that's to produce 10 units, what will be the average total cost, or the cost to produce 1 unit?
70.
70.
And divided by 70.
700
By 700.
divided by 10.
700.
All right. Then they say, if a firm produces 5 more units and total cost rises to 800, calculate the marginal cost of producing the last unit. So the total cost is 700. They produce 5 more units and then move to 800. If your variable cost is 200 for 10 units, right? What's the variable cost per unit?
Into 200. So
If your total variable
20?
cost is right 20, right? So when it was 700, let's see if I could write here. It was 700, and then it produced 5 more units and it went to 800, right? What's the marginal cost for the last units? Every time you produce,
100.
no, not 100,
100.
not 100. When it produced the first unit, it would have increased by 20 because variable cost is 20, right? That is 720. It produced the second unit, it's increased by 20 again. That's 740. The third unit, it increased by 20 again, 760. Fourth unit, it increased by 20 again, 780. 5 units, it increased by 20 again, and that's how you get the 800. So when I reached from the fourth to the fifth unit, what was the cost to produce that one additional unit?
40.
No. It's right there. 1, 2,
10.
3, 4, 5. So this was 720. Listen. When I add it, oh gosh. This would have been, when I add this 20, you get 720. 2 units, it became 740. 3 units, 760. 4 units, 780. 5 units, 800. To move from 4 to 5, how much did cost increase by?
20.
20. So that's your marginal cost, 20. All right, so remember they said they produce 5 more units, but your marginal cost for the last unit would be how much it costs to move from the 4th unit to the 5th unit. I never see a question like that before. If they see a question like that, you know for sure is AI. Using a production possibility frontier, illustrate the concept of unemployed resources. So let's draw production possibility curve here. You would have the axis will be two goods, right? Good X, good Y. You could call it whatever you want. I don't really have any good X's, so I shouldn't call it good X. And you have a production possibility curve. Boom. All right? Which part here would be unemployed resources? Oh gosh, that sounds sorry. Right. Where would be unemployed resources? Anybody
On the
knows?
left hand side.
On the inside, right? All right. You can't produce it, so it is attainable, but you're not using all of your resources, right? So this amount, this point here is attainable, but you're not using all of your resources. You're only using all your resources when you operate anywhere on the curve, right? What about this point here? Point C, what would that be?
Impossible.
Unattainable.
Impossible or unattainable?
Unattainable.
Any one of them I will take. All right? You don't have enough resources to produce that amount. All right. So not bad. See, one factor production is fixed. Firms gonna need change variable factors like labor, long run, all factors of production are variable. Marginal cost is 20. 70 per unit. All right, we did that just now. Let's look at number 2. Define the term ceteris paribus and explain its importance in demand theory. What is ceteris paribus mean?
Assuming all
remain
things are
constant.
constant.
Right, all things remain equal or all things constant, right? That is important because in order for us to see how price affects demand, everything else needs to be the same. Right, so for example, if doubles increase by $5, will you buy more doubles or less doubles?
Less.
Less doubles, right? But if doubles increase by $5 and there's curry goat attached to the doubles, will you buy less doubles still?
Repeat what you said, sir.
If the doubles in price for doubles increase by $5, but you're now getting curry goat with it, will you buy
That's
less
a weird
doubles?
Yes, I
combination, but
buy
okay.
it.
You're buying it,
Yes.
right?
What is doubles?
Yes.
That's a weird
Doubles
combination.
is an amazing delicacy in Trinidad. If you ever come Trinidad, let that be the first thing you buy, right? It's one of the best things you'll ever eat in your entire life.
Saltella chickpeas.
It's one of the best things you'll ever eat in your life, and it's very affordable street food in Trinidad. All right? So if it's increased by $5 just like that, you'll buy less. But if it's increased by $5 and again curry goat too, you might buy the same amount, or you might increase the amount you're buying, even though price increase. All right, so it's hard to see the effect on price if there are other factors that are affecting demand. So for us to see the factors that are affecting demand, for us to see how price affects demand, we need everything else to stay the same. All right, is that the example I used to give in class? Let's say Janique and I fight, and Janique beat me up real bad, right? And then I go home, I train, and then I get a bat. And I fight Janique and I beat Janique. Did I beat her because I train, because of the bat, or both?
Both.
You don't know. That's the thing, you don't know. For all you know, trading might have been enough, or the bat might have been enough. But because it had two variables, it had to tell which one was the cause. But if I train only, and then I'd fight and beat her, you could say, all right, I win because I train. Right? That's the same thing with demand and price. for us to see what the effect of price is on demand, price has to be the only factor, the only variable factor. If there's anything else, then we can't see for sure what the effect of price is on demand. You all understand? Don't worry, Janika, I can't fight you. Just an example. Don't go and tell your parents how I say I can fight you with no bat or nothing, huh?
Okay, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, then it asks for 3 non-price determinants of supply. When they say non-price determinants, they mean anything that affects supply that will cause supply to increase or decrease besides price.
So cost of production,
Cost of production, right?
Lack of
technology,
technology,
Right,
and the number of producers.
infrastructure.
right. Or they talking the talk now. The availability of resources, all them things. The table below shows demand and supply schedules of oranges.
So you see that?
What is that?
That question,
You feel the mic
was
come
on the
more?
paper just now.
They ask what is the equilibrium price of the and quantity, right? So you notice
Such
here,
$3.
normally it's right.
$3.
$3. Because at $3, the quantity
Quantity
is 60.
60.
Quantity demand is 60. Quantity
And
supply is 60. So the equilibrium price would be $3 and the equilibrium quantity would be 60. Good. And then they said, if the government sets a price floor at $4, what type of disequilibrium occurs? Calculate its size. I have never seen a question like that come for CSEC before.
So
So,
what do they mean by the government set a floor price?
so a floor price means a price can't pass
Can raise.
$4.
So
Right? So
that
this
like the base or that the maximum?
the max.
Okay.
So let's see. Oh, OLS is number. OLS is C.
So you see,
Right.
you see,
Right. Equilibrium price $3, quantity 60. Price floor is $4, creates a surplus. Let's see. No, sorry, not max. Minimum, sorry. Alright? So if they set the price floor at $4, it means you can't sell it at $3 because $3 will be below the price floor. So you have to sell it at
Okay.
4. And now that means the demand will be 40 and your supply will be 80. Now what would that cause? Will it have a
Surplus.
surplus of how much?
40.
40. You never seen a question like that come for CSEC. You never know. Calculate the price elasticity of demand when price falls from $5 to $4. Alright, so we use the midpoint formula. That is the formula we normally use. They would access to is the formula we normally use, right? So when it change from 5 to 4, so it's going this way. And it asks for demand, so we're not looking at the supply. We're looking at quantity demanded, right? So when it moves from
Increase
$5 to
by 20.
$4, it moves from 20 to 40. So let's look at demand first. Demand went from 20 to 40, so it's increased by 20, right? So it will be 20 over the original demand, which is how much?
20.
20 multiplied by 100, which will be how much?
100.
100%, correct. So the percentage change in demand is 100%. Now let's look at the percentage change in price. It went from 5 to 4. How much did it decrease by?
Minus
$1.
$1, right? So -1 over the original amount. What's the original amount?
5.
5 multiplied by 100, which will give us
-20.
-20. Now we can calculate our price elasticity, right? Which will be the percentage change in demand, which is the 100%, divided by the percentage change in price, which is -20%. 100 divided by 20 is, so it will be -5, right? Because a positive and a negative will give you a negative. So elasticity would be -5. All right, not too bad. If a question come like that, I feel by now you can answer it, but you practice it enough.
Said I wouldn't trim off. I didn't know you're supposed to do that for but
You didn't know you're supposed to?
how they weighed it, I would not think like I was supposed to go and find that.
Okay. When they say calculate price elasticity of demand, that's what you have to do.
So, but just said use the midpoint formula.
Yeah,
You didn't bother with that?
Yeah,
I
that
see
threw
them.
me off.
Yeah, I see them saying that, asking for that, right?
Okay, you just went back to the $4 with the flow price they talk about.
Yeah. What we doing is the midpoint formula. So you do let that train you up, right? I don't see actually.
So
Yeah.
I'm feeling to cry right now. What is
No,
that?
don't cry. Just do what I show you just now. They say using the diagram, illustrate and explain and illustrate and explain the effect of an increase in customer income on the market for a normal good. Will income affect demand or supply?
Demand.
Demand. Right? So you just draw your graph. Price, quantity demanded. If you want, you could draw your supply curve and the demand curve, and then draw your arrow showing that your demand curve shifts to the right from D to D1. And then you explain an increase in income and consumer income will give them the ability to purchase more goods and services at the same price. That will cause the demand curve to shift outwards to the right, as can be seen in the diagram. Yeah, when the demand curve shifts from D1 to D2.
So 7 marks, so that is crazy.
Yeah, I don't see it being 7 marks. Remember, there's AI.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 3 now. Identify 2 characteristics of perfect competition.
Many
Homogeneous.
buyers, many sellers.
Many buyers, many sellers, homogeneous product. What else?
Freedom to
Price
ensure
taker,
exit.
no barriers to entry.
Very good. Two examples of barriers to entry in a monopoly.
Government regulations.
Government regulations.
Cost of
Lack of
production.
knowledge.
Lack of knowledge, high costs, lack of infrastructure. Mhm. Explain why a public good, such as a lighthouse, can be a cause of market failure. This way, when public goods, what are you supposed to talk about?
Street light,
Loader.
street
Free
light.
riders, right? Let's talk about the free rider problem. Mhm. In the graph below shows a monopoly firm. Label the profit maximization output and the price where marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue, shade the area of supernormal profits. So let me show you. You would have a graph like this.
And 2 lines coming down.
Price, quantity.
Quantity.
The graph will look better than mine, so don't worry. You would have this here.
D.
You would have this here. You would have this here. And then they would have this here. Oh, I'm gonna draw that last one better. Alright? This is the least they would give you. Let's label them now. This first one here, what would that be?
D equals
Demand.
average revenue. Next one is
Demand.
marginal revenue.
And the average revenue, very good. The next one is, as you just said,
Marginal
marginal
revenue.
revenue. MR.
The one with the correct is MC.
The one with the tick, correct.
And then AC.
Next one is AC.
And AC. Right. We are operating when marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. So our profit maximization output would be
right there.
Here. QM they call it. So at this point, this will be our cost.
Will be PM.
Right here. No. That is our cost. And when we continue going up to the average revenue, that is our price. So PM.
Okay. PM. Okay.
And when they say shade the
You have supernormal profit.
the area for supernormal profits, that will be here.
Okay.
Right? This part here will be where you're making supernormal profits.
Your average cost above your
My average cost is below my average revenue.
okay.
So you're looking at, I'm gonna go back a bit. You're looking at this point here, right? Where marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. You're looking at where your average cost is and where your average revenue is. So when I go up here, my average cost is right here. Seen it? I touch my average cost. So I
Yes,
go
sir.
straight across here to see how much that is. And to get my revenue, from the same point, I keep going up until I meet my average revenue line, which is here. I go straight across, and that is my revenue. So my average revenue is actually greater than my average cost. Right? So this here would be my profits. They say label profit maximization output and PM where MC is equal to MR. So I guess they wanted to label this as PM. Okay. Now that's what they say to do. If the question say to do that, then we do what the question say to do. Let's compare with what they have as the answer. Oh no, no, I was wondering. So I was correct in the beginning. I was wondering why I don't know why they worded like that then. Alright, so AR slope and the MR is below AR. Draw a U shape for MC and ATC curves. Bam, bam. Profit maximization output where MC is equal to MR. PM from AR above QM. right? Shade the rectangle between AR and ATC at QM. So this what we just shade here. What's the next question? Discuss two consequences of market failure in the Caribbean economy. 6 marks. Let me just erase this. Let's go straight to how they discussed it. They say inefficient allocation of resources, overproduction of goods with negative externalities. Example, pollution from bauxite mining in Jamaica harms health and environment. Under provision of essential services without the government, public goods like street lighting or sea defense would be missing, increasing vulnerability to crime and climate change. Right. So we could talk about anything like, for example, the lack of public goods, so the lack of roads and infrastructure, how it could affect productivity of the country, how it could affect the overall um well-being of citizens, the what is called it again? Oh gosh, now quality of life, standard of living of citizens and stuff like that. You could talk about not enough merit goods in society like healthcare and education, or too much demerit goods could decrease the overall satisfaction of citizens. You could talk about, well, they talk about it here, positive and negative externalities, how too much negative externalities, how it could affect citizens, or how too little positive externalities, how that could affect citizens. Anything like that could work. And I see 3 micro questions. Hey, I wanted to do money supply, and like they bring a money supply. Define each of the following. First one, money supply, specifically M1. Firstly, when they talk about the total money supply, what are they talking about?
Total amount of money in the economy.
In
The
economy.
total amount of money in the economy, right? And what does M1 have in it?
So like notes and coins.
No, that's M0.
Oh,
M0 is notes and coins and all the
check-in.
money in reserve.
So I think
Yep.
it's check-in
All right, so M1 would be everything in M0
and
as
check-in.
well as your let's call these accounts. Oh gosh, the accounts that you could get, your checking accounts, yes, but
Yes,
they
checking
call
account.
it demand deposit account, right? Your checking accounts, they call it demand deposit accounts. So all the notes and coins circling the economy as well as money in your demand deposit accounts or checking accounts. What is M2?
So your deposits and savings.
Right, so everything in here, M0, M1, and your savings accounts. What is frictional unemployment?
Like that, Jesus. So moving from man to technology.
Frictional? Hmm. Well, anybody can remember what frictional unemployment is?
The
So
frictional
I'm
is
moving
like
in
between
between
jobs.
jobs. Sorry,
In between
in
jobs,
between
right.
jobs.
List 2 functions of the commercial bank.
So to issue notes and coins and
No,
to
that's the
administer
central
loan.
bank. 2 functions of the commercial bank.
To provide
So
loans.
they have a
Provide
treasury bond
loans,
Loans
Store money.
right,
and
so you
bond.
can do deposits.
deposits, and so.
Right. Explain how the central bank uses open market operations to decrease the money supply. I've
So
actually
like you
seen
increase
this
the loan.
question for CSEC
When you
before,
increase
actually.
loan, when you increase interest on loans.
That is monetary policy, but
Oh.
they're specifically talking about open market operations?
Sir, by buying back all of the bonds they're sold.
Right. Right? By buying back the bonds. No, by buying back the bonds to decrease the money supply. With buying the bonds, decrease money supply.
No.
Alright, so open market operations looks at buying and selling like bonds and treasury bills, right? To increase the money supply, they would buy bonds. And when they buy bonds, the money that they're given to buy the bonds will go into circulation. So that would increase the money supply. When they want to decrease the money supply, they would sell bonds. And when they sell the bonds, people will pay them money, and that money coming out of circulation and going into the central bank.
Oh, okay.
So if they want to increase the money supply, what do you do?
Buy bonds and treasury bills.
Buy bonds.
And when they want to decrease it,
They go sell
they
it.
sell.
Sell it.
Right. That is what they talk about when they say open market operations, right? If they say reserve requirements, what would that be? How would they decrease money supply with reserve requirements?
By increasing the requirements.
Right. If they increase the reserve requirements, commercial banks will now have less money they have access to. Right? Because if they increase the reserve requirements, that means that's more money that the banks cannot use. What about interest rates? If they want to decrease the money supply, how would they use that with interest rate?
They go increase interest rates higher.
Increase the interest rates. If they increase the interest rates, that is less
We had that
loans. It's harder to get a loan, harder to pay for a loan, and more people would save their money instead of spending it because they're earning more interest. Good. Using the circular flow of income diagram, explain the effect of increasing savings on national income. All right, so if you increase in savings, right, that means that's less money circulating. So that's money withdrawn from the flow or taken out from the flow. And how would that affect national income? Would it increase or decrease?
Decrease.
See? Reduces output. Less income, national income falls.
So what is M1?
M1 is, they have the narrowest measure of money, but it's not. It is the second narrowest measure of money. Okay, so the M0 is the narrowest measure of money, which is just notes and coins and money in reserve. M1 is all the notes and coins and money in reserve, but as well as money in your demand deposits or your checking accounts. Money in accounts they could get access to like that. M2 is all those things as well as money in your savings accounts. Alright, so they bring a money supply question. That's what M0, M1, and M2 is. That's what you need to know. It's have M3 and M4, but for your syllabus, it's just M0, M1, and M2 you'll need to know. And what is the answers? E now, calculate GDP using the expenditure method from the data below. Alright, so that is C plus I plus G plus NX. So consumption expenditure plus government expenditure plus investments plus net exports, which is exports minus imports. So 400 plus 150 plus 100, that is 650
650
plus
plus 20.
80 minus 60, which is 20, that is 670. Let's look at number 5. What is comparative advantage again?
So when country could produce more than another one using lower opportunity costs.
Right. When they could produce a product at a lower opportunity cost than another product. What is trade liberalization?
So when countries come together to trade?
Liberalization means like to free. To liberate means to free.
So trade liberalization is the free import and export of goods and services.
I would personally give you a mark for that if I was correcting. It is the removal of all trade barriers. Right? That's what trade liberalization is, the removal of all trade barriers. Then he asks to list 2 characteristics of Caribbean economies.
See that again, enough of times.
See that again here.
And you were just saying.
So reliance on tourism, a higher, a lot of natural resources, little to no, not large manufacturers,
Sir, would underdeveloped be one?
say that again?
Would underdevelopment be one?
Hurt me to say, but I guess I could say yes. A large amount of brain drain. Then they say explain the difference between a devaluation and depreciation of a currency. Very good question. We did not do this yet. What is the difference between devaluation and depreciation of a currency? Think about it. Even if you don't know this, I feel like you can get it.
Devaluation is like when I have too much money in the circulating it around. So when people come in to buy goods from the your economy, it will be like more. I can't. I don't know how to explain it. Like I
So I feel like
know.
both of them have the same meaning, so
Right. Which one sounds voluntary or deliberate?
Devaluation.
Devaluation, right? Right. So devaluation is when the economy or the country, the government, deliberately reduces the value of the currency. Depreciation is when the currency loses value due to changes in demand and supply.
Sir, can you repeat that?
So devaluation is when the government deliberately decides to reduce the value of the currency. So let's say, for example, they realize they have a balance payments deficit. So they decide to devalue the currency. And now that the currency is devalued, what will happen to the exports?
Good increase.
It will increase and imports will decrease, right? So they purposefully devalue the currency. They purposefully reduce the value of the currency. Depreciation is not out in their control. It's when the currency loses value due to
just to the
changes in
markets.
demand and supply. So so let's say you have a floating currency and the demand for your currency decreases, it will depreciate in value. Then they said, rum, yes. You know, it's Caribbean students say. The table shows the number of units produced by 2 Caribbean countries in one day. We know what they're probably gonna ask. Actually, no. Yeah, they are asking it. Which country has the absolute advantage in bananas?
St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. Calculate the opportunity cost to produce 1 unit of rum in St. Lucia. So you could either produce 20 bananas or 4 rum. So what would be the opportunity cost for 1 rum? 5.
Yes.
Very good. You divide 4 by 4 to get 1. You divide 20 by 4 and you get 5. Very good. Which country should specialize in rum?
Barbados.
Barbados. Why? Because they have the
Absolute
advantage.
Barbados has the absolute advantage in rum. But do we decide that based on absolute advantage or based on comparative advantage?
comparative advantage.
Comparative advantage, right? So Barbados is correct, but not for that reason. It's because they have the comparative advantage in rum. The opportunity cost for rum for 1 rum would be 1 banana. As opposed for St. Lucia, 1 rum is 5 bananas. Discuss 2 challenges faced by CARICOM countries due to globalization. Let's see. Comparative advantage, trade, devaluation, official reduction of value under a fixed exchange system by the government, fall in decrease in value, St. Lucia, 5, Barbados. See, opportunity cost. Because they have the comparative advantage. 2 challenges faced by CARICOM. Brain drain is an easy one to remember, especially if you did PUB and all them stuff. The loss of preferential trade agreements. Globalization forces CARICOM to compete with large economies without any special treatment. If the exam really come like this way, if these extended go exam tomorrow and these exact questions come.
So I don't want to come like this.
Food.
Now we can answer it. At least try and remember some of the things I did here.
Sir,
Yeah?
can you copy and paste this into a document and send it in the group
Yes,
chat?
I will.
Okay, so thanks.
I have no fear. Right. So this question, they want us to use the income method to calculate GDP. Right? And when you hit income method, what I want you to think about again?
The factor wages.
The factor the factor wages. I know what I mean. The factor rewards, right?
Rewards there.
Right.
That's
So that'll
fine.
be rent plus wages plus interest plus profits, right? And so you start off. But then after that, you may have certain adjustments to make. So your profits would include, you know what? And I'm going to explain it. Is minus T11. Just remember, this is how you do it, right? If it have any depreciation or tax, you'll add it back. Because normally, before you would have subtracted to calculate the profits, so you're adding it back. If it have any subsidies, you subtract. Just remember that.
So what would be the subsidies, sir?
They will tell you.
Any
This question
subsidies
don't
then?
have any. This question don't have
Okay.
any.
Okay.
Alright, so just remember, your factor rewards add depreciation, add tax minus subsidies. Right? Your rent here would be your rental income of 75. Your wages would be wages 65. Your interest would be interest income 150.
115.
Your profits would be
Business
business profits
profits.
200. Now before I would have this now. Depreciation 35. Indirect taxes 75. Feel like I'm leaving out something.
Yeah, leaving out interest. No.
That's not.
Leaving out something.
Rent 75. Wages 65.
Profit.
profit. I didn't put in profit.
No.
Yeah, the profit didn't type out. Profit was 200. Right. Oh, my phone, my calculator. Right. So before, because the next method is supposed to be a expenditure method, right? 65 plus 75 plus 150 plus 200 plus 35 plus 75. So 75 plus 65 plus 150 plus 200 plus 35 plus 75. This adds
So
up to 600,
600.
right? So before, I used to add the net foreign factor income because the next method, which is supposed to be expenditure method, not output method, add up to 620. But really, you really shouldn't be putting in your foreign factor income in GDP because your net foreign factor income looking at is between foreigner people outside the country,
The country.
and the GDP is the total value of goods
Within
and
the country.
services within the
Within the
country.
country.
So I just have to sum this up as I was trying to make it make sense, but I just have to sum it up as an error on CXC part, right? Because the GDP is supposed to be the same amount under the income method and the expenditure method. But I'm just going to assume that CXC made an error. It's not the first time. It's not the 74th time. So I'll assume it, right? Look, they made an error here because they had output method. But output method uses the cost of the producing the goods. There's nothing here that you can use to calculate output method. But you have everything here for the expenditure method. So they probably meant to put expenditure method. And the expenditure method is SIG. C plus I plus G plus net exports. Alright, so that'll be a consumption, household consumption, which is 300. Or you could put CGI, whichever one easier to remember, right? It's the same thing. Government purchases is 150. Investment 120. And then you add in net exports, which was 50. And it came up to 620.
So I thought you said the both of them supposed to add up to the same.
That's what I said. It's supposed to add up to the same thing. So I'm assuming that CSEC made an error. Right? If before I used to add the net foreign factor income to make it both be equal, but you really shouldn't be adding the net foreign factor income. You really shouldn't. So I believe CSEC just made an error.
Okay, so you give us that. So the formula changed then.
No, yeah, just leave out net foreign factor income. C is this is the formula. I
So
think.
okay, let me just take a picture.
Oh, I'm gonna send this to you.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Calculate the output method. What's the
Well, to
formula?
calculate the output method is basically the cost to produce all the goods, right? So let's say you have let's say you have wood that costs $20, and you have a chair that costs $500 that was made from the wood, right? Your total GDP would be all of the goods that you added, but to make sure that you don't double count, when you add in the total value from the chair, you just add in the value that was increased from the wood. So the wood was transformed into the chair, right? So it was worth 20, and when you transform it into the chair, it's now worth 500. How much
Say
value did
minusing the
it
20
increase
from the
by?
500.
Yeah,
Say
so
minusing 20 from 500.
right. So I would add the 20 from the wood plus 480 from the chair. So my total value, my total GDP using the output method would be the 500.
So I just show us something like that already, you know.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it here.
That is how you do your output
Value
method.
added equals selling price of output, cost of immediate input. So it's the selling price of output minus the cost of intermediate inputs.
Right. So for the
You're gonna-
trade, the intermediate input would have been the $20 and it would.
Okay,
No,
thanks.
no problem. All right. Do you have anything, any other question or want to go through with you, old boy? Or is that it? I know it's already 11:26. You all think you're all comfortable?
Oh, we have to try now at this point.
You all understand the difference between economic growth and economic development? So country B has higher economic growth than country A because economic growth just solely looks at increasing GDP. So country B, GDP increased by 5%, country A in GDP increased by 3%, so country B has the higher economic growth. Economic development looks at your standard of living, the improval of standard of living, which will look at stuff like GDP per capita, per person, your life expectancy rate, your literacy rate, your access to health care and education and stuff like that. And country A is higher in all of those things. So country A has the better economic development. Whenever they ask you to measure economic development or they ask you to measure standard of living, never use GDP. Use GDP per capita. What does per capita mean again?
Per person.
Per person. Use GDP per person. All right. If one country A, have 5,000 GDP and country B has 2,000 GDP, you cannot assume that country A has the highest standard of living. Because what if country A has 5,000 citizens and country B has 20 citizens? Who you think living better?
Country B.
Country B, right? Although country A GDP is more, when it's time to share up between the citizens, country A under pressure, there's $1 per citizen. But country B living nice. Right? So you can't look at just GDP. You have to look at the GDP per person or the GDP per capita when you're looking at standard of living or economic development. All right. I will think we could wrap up here. Let's take a look at this. We done here. Let's take a look at this last thing and we finish. All right. Protectionism is when the government is trying to protect the local businesses from competition from international organizations, right? So the government puts policies to restrict international trade. We know what structural adjustment is. We looked at that in the previous question. That is when we're trying to qualify for loans from IMF or World Bank. There's certain reforms that we have to undertake. Two advantages of economic integration in to a country. It will reduce barriers, right? Once you reduce the barriers for trade, that means you have more you have more access to more goods and services, right? Companies now have a larger market to sell to as well. that could lead to both to an increase in GDP and economic growth, because now you're selling more goods and services. And it could even lead to eventually economic development.
So you can use CARICOM and everything, so?
Well, yeah, this is CARICOM is economic integration, so they want to know like advantage of CARICOM.
Okay.
Right, and this last question, they said COVID-19 pandemic highlighted problems that small developing countries face due to limited resources related to technology and communication. They say these problems include limited access to internet in some areas and limited knowledge regarding the use of technology. If we be primitive, discuss two ways in which foreign direct investment can be used to solve these problems. I'm going to put in this answer here for you one time. Tell them I hate. How can foreign direct investment be used to solve these problems? We have limited access to internet and limited knowledge. And somebody say by increasing the advance in global.
That's what employment, sir. What about increasing employment?
Yeah, but we want to specifically, yes, it could have that, right? But we want to specifically look at how it affects the problems of having limited access to internet and limited knowledge regarding the use of technologies. So you could talk about how
programs.
Training and so?
What programs?
Like to train them to use
training programs, correct?
Yeah, to train them to use the technology and stuff.
Right. So the two things they could do is actually invest into the actual capital, the physical technology. So they could set up the fiber optics, the cell towers, whatever you need to actually get the internet access. And then they could provide training programs
for them.
for them to understand, say directly targeting the two issues, right? So foreign direct investment, FDI, can help build digital infrastructure by providing all the technology needed or by a foreign, I should say by a foreign communications company, a foreign communications company providing all the technology needed in relation to communication and in the internet. Also, they can also provide training programs to teach locals how to use all of the technology involved in the process. This can eventually lead to the country, not having to rely on foreign aid. Boom. So I specifically answered the problems that they spoke about. The limited internet access and the limited knowledge regarding the use of technology. All right. So I think we could finish there, right? I think we good there. CET Common External Tariff WTO World Trade Organization. You'll know all these things here already. I think we could finish here. What you all think?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? All right, so I will send you all of these papers for you all to go through on your own, including the AI questions and answers. And I have another set of AI questions and answers that I would have done for my econs lessons class. I will send that to you all as well. And we shall finish here. I hope this class proves to be helpful. All the best tomorrow, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, everyone.
You too.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Good night.
See you night, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.